All right. I believe we're live now. Just checking something out real quick. Looking at a log. Oh, what's going on, Zero? It's good to see you, man. You're here early today. Hope all has been well with your flights and your week and all that business. Sorry, I'm getting some Cheez-Its right now. Don't mind me. Good day, everyone. Well, good day, KIX. Hope you're doing well today. Hopefully you guys have been having a good Saturday and a good week in general. I've been enjoying my day. I've been playing a lot of Final Fantasy IX. It's been a long time since I kind of just gamed like that. Yeah, it's kind of scary though, because it's like I'm so used to being ultra work, and then now that I'm just doing this, it feels addicting. I kind of want to just not do anything, dude. Pull an Office Space and just say no. I just need my shack. I need my CRT, my PS2, and some Final Fantasy games. Do you hear about my plan? No, what's your plan? Give me some of what I'm eating. I'm eating some Cheez-Its right now. I'm sorry, I'm trying not to be... I know people don't like chewing on stream, but... I feel snackish. I feel peckish today. Very peckish. Anyways. So let's start thinking about what we're going to do here. My 5-day flight plan, how's that gonna work? Day one was today. Okay. How much did you fly? I really need to add emissive map support to my engine. We're gonna do that at some point. Hey, what's going on, Jocko? It's good to see you. We're just getting started before we get into the work. So, in fact, before I do anything, let me put on a little deodorant, because if I don't put any, it just feels weird. I'm so used to having it on. It physically feels weird to not have it. It's not even about the smell. Alright. Anyways, so yesterday was not yesterday, but last stream was kind of a big win, wasn't it? We're dealing with this whole bug here, and we found the root cause of this. So this has officially been done. So I am very happy with that. Very, very happy with that. Also, let me just close this because we don't need it right now. So, there's still some things there's probably to do, like clean it up and make it look nice and make the code nice and pretty and get rid of a bunch of debugging stuff we have there, but it's like largely done, so that's good. I think everything from here on out is gonna be much less crazy. I'm hoping things are gonna be less crazy. This is the thing that scared me the most, and we got it done, so I think we might focus back on either some shell stuff or maybe start implementing this bullet enemy thing, or I don't know. So many possibilities. Day 1, LAX to JFK, so from California to New York, okay. Day 2, JFK to Heathrow. I don't know where Heathrow is. Day 3, Heathrow, Doha. Don't know where the Doha is. Day 4, Doha to Tokyo. I know where Tokyo is. It sounds like you're going across the entire world. And Tokyo to LAX. Okay, so you're going around the whole world, it sounds like, in 5 days. That's pretty nuts, man. Today was only 4 hours. When it's going to be finished? I don't know, man. The goal was initially like 3 weeks, and then it became a month. And then, I didn't want to just crunch something out. I want to enjoy the process as well as make something I think I like, or at least I think is of good quality. So who knows? Hopefully, like in a few more days, it'll come out. That's the work days, but we'll see. There's also the crazy thing that I've been considering, which is adding networking, local networking. There's this Unity Bluetooth. So there's this new Bluetooth networking. There's a GitHub. I'm not gonna use the asset. There's a repo here that I kind of want to try out, and yeah, I'm kind of curious. Like, I kind of want to do something with this. For like local networking, peer-to-peer networking. That's a whole different thing. And maybe I'm not going to do it with the initial release of the game. Maybe I'll do it in a subsequent one. Who knows? But I think this is a cool idea. So, we don't know. It's not just enough. This is not something I could just tack on, though. Because if I decide to do this, then there's other parts of the game I should probably consider changing a bit to better facilitate it. Or maybe just, accent it. But I think I just need to get something done. So we're going to keep scope there. And if I add that, it'll be like a separate thing. A separate update. I'll just take inventory of the current state of the game and then go from there. And then do I have writer open? Yeah. So the issue we're fixing was the whole problem with things disappearing, and I'm just gonna play a little bit just to make sure. I mean, we kind of verified that it didn't do that because it doesn't throw any exceptions in any of the places that we're trying to catch. So it seems like we're happy. And that fixing the object pooling code was enough to get things going. Why am I? Yeah, I forgot. I'm still in debug mode, aren't I? But yeah, so it seems like it's good. So I'm gonna start the process of debugifying a lot of the things here. Receive damage. And then the game board is where most of this stuff is. Most of the debug things at least are. So we're gonna just get rid of every instance of this debug. Yeah, these guys here. Don't need it. And don't need this anymore. It's in the git logs. I can always search it up, but don't need that. Don't need this. Add this. Cool. And then we have this whole string generation thing that we just don't need. We're calculating delta as well for this. That's no longer needed. But we got some nice utility functions out of this, so that might be helpful for other things later down the line. We don't really need this assertion anymore. Heathrow is in England and Doha is Qatar. Okay, got you. It's one of like the 5 airports in London area. Oh, that makes sense. How many others did you make? What others? There's something bad about to happen. What do you mean, Casablanca? That's very ominous. Also, what's going on, Powerhouse and MHL? Hope you guys are doing well today. What do you elaborate, please, Casablanca? Games. I mean, I made a bunch of games, very small games throughout my lifetime. As Cozy Cabin games, nothing really. This is gonna be their first proper game. I remember posting a prototype on Newgrounds for Messy Mansion or Stain World, but that was more of kind of a prototype, and in that game I don't have quite the clear vision compared to this. This is Unity. I do have a self-made engine I want to get back to, but I need to finish a game first before I start doing that pivot. Is there any... I mean, I could have kept this stuff in like Unity builds and then... Or not Unity builds, what am I talking about? I can keep it with an editor builds and then have it be excluded from final builds with that preprocessor macro or whatever it's called, but I'm just gonna leave it as is for now. Is there anything else? Okay, there's something else going. Oh, what's going on? Why are you so proactive in terms of building all of a sudden? HD creation. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. See what's going on here. Why it's I've never seen Unity be this proactive about building, and then here it's just it won't let me do a single thing without doing that. I'll keep typing right though, so maybe that's what's going on. I'm just so used to doing that after every little minute change. Is the code mostly OOP? I mean, you can't really avoid it. I mean, I don't really do much OOP stuff, though, in general. I mean, no, that's a lie. I do some OOP stuff. Like, like function members. That's a thing. But, yeah, I mean, it's a Unity C#. You're baked into this OOP world already, so... There's a lot of things where I do structs of array instead of array of structs, though. That's more in line with some C projects. Like we have this whole table. I think this is actually one of the places where we don't do that. We're just keeping everything packed together. I thought about maybe flipping it, but it's not really that important. I kind of need the data to be... I don't actually need to, but... Yeah, there's what's... I know the lookup table, though, for sure does that. I don't know where it is, though. Wait, we're in the wrong place. This is object pooling stuff we don't need anymore. Don't need these buffers. Empty creation, we're probably going to come back to you soon. Player, that's a thing we have here. Buffer utilities for sure need. Yeah, here's a game board. Yeah, and then there's table. I should really change this. That's a bad... That is a bad name for this. Especially because it's not a generalized thing, like... Whatever, it's fine. Anyways, so I did a bunch of stuff. Let's see if the game works still. No, that's not Zed. I'm just using Rider. Oh, my voice cracked there for a little bit. Rider. Yeah, it's a JetBrains product. Cool. Alright, I feel a little less sus about this. I'm gonna have to tweak the level gen algorithms later too, but actually we need to tweak this because that collision is just wrong, and that bothers me deeply. I wonder if it's a simple fix. If not, we're gonna have to do something about it. So where do we get the actual stuff for this. The sound effects playing, the health decrement, standard fare. Right. Yeah, and we're trying to debug this before. And then we set the translation velocity and the angular velocity. And we calculate this value. So we have delta x, which it's simple enough. The position, player position, minus the other position, final, minus initial. Now produce the vector we want to. Yeah, the vector direction we're looking. We're going in the opposite direction of the other thing. So that's correct. So I'm assuming where things get weird is the angular velocity. That is where things get weird. And I think we're trying to do some manual calculation here. Or we do... Oh, we're using our math utility here. Get angle from position. And we swizzle ZY. I wonder if that's even correct. It might be actually YZ. Did I document it? I don't think I did. Yeah, I love Growbox thing, man. Our need but destroy your eyes? Yeah, they're fine. What actually destroys your eyes is the near proximity and not changing your focus, your focal point. Let's think here. What are we doing this data left? Oh, are we getting like... What are we doing? Now that I think about it, what are we doing here? Because it's like... I guess because we're doing single winding. And this is the version of it where it's like... Um... 360 minus get angle. I think this is just fundamentally wrong, or the way I'm thinking about it at least. Oh no, this might be other position, other left and right, and then I don't think this is going to produce what I think it produces. I might have to draw this out. Before I do dive in this, is there any bigger fish that I need to fry before I deal with this? I mean, it's kind of important because that's what you interact with, what the player interacts with, and that's like your primary, I don't know, antagonizing agent in this game. Like, not really agent, but hazard. So that should behave and feel good. Yeah, this stuff is visual stuff, which is important. Something we need to do is that, like, once you reach end of board, we need to have a thing where, like, we generate the next level. So level gen / transition when end. Okay, so that's an ultra high priority thing as well. Yeah, when in doubt, draw it out. Yeah, I'm probably gonna draw it out too. What's your favorite programming language? Yeah, I like C a lot. make sure. Yeah, I like C. C is fun. I enjoy it. It's my I'm away from everything. And I'm gonna just do, it feels real. My soul brother Christian. Oh. My favorite Steam at the moment. Sup, Cozy? What's going on, Lassie? Glad to have you here, man. Hope you're doing well this night. I can't believe we have the compression algorithm here. Actually, is that right? 1 second. I see that as an option in H2. What is it? H264. That's a compression algorithm, right? Or video encoding. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just an encoding. Maybe the same thing. I don't know. Advanced video encoding AVC, also referred to as H264 and PEG. Video compression standard. Okay, it is. It is. Sick. We have the actual manifestation here. So we have some questions here. We have some problems about how this part works. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to dox you. You're your Wikipedia, but glad to have you here, man. So, yeah, we're going to just draw this out, I think. Actually, yeah, we have to draw it out. Where's Xcali draw? Do I have a tab for you here? No, I don't. Okay, here we go. So why are we doing the thing we're doing? So let's think about the scenario we have in mind. This is for me to understand what are we tackling. So the game takes place on a cylinder. The player exists here. Well, let's put him in a position here, right? And then we're tackling the case where there's some kind of hazard, and the player collides with said hazard. Bam. And now we want to fling the player around, right? We have to rotate the player this way as a result of said collision. Now, this is really a two-dimensional transformation, because in the game there's a X and Y component to it. So if the player, hits it here, we want to move them back down here. We have to actually move the player along the X-axis. But the part that's tricky is this part, because this is a rotation, not a translation, and that's what we need to deal with. So we have to calculate this angle, this angular velocity for the Y component. So that's what this is. We're looking at the cross section of that cylinder, and this right here is going to be, this angle here is going to be our Y value. So the simplest thing is I have a function that gets you, it returns the rotation around a cylinder, around this cylinder. So you give it a position and it'll return the value of it. So you call the function for this, it'll produce 180 as a result. If you call a function with the position here in world space, it would produce a value of like I don't know, maybe 300 or something. I don't know what's actually, I actually don't know the midpoint between 360 and 270. Skill issue, whatever. So we have that, and that might be fine for a bunch of different cases, right? So like in this case here, we get the angle for the player, or theta p, and then we have theta, I don't know, h for hazard. So those terms, you can do the simplest idea would be like, hey, we get the thetas for both of them, and then we just do theta p minus theta hazard, and that's going to be our angular rotation, right? or angular velocity. And we're doing this way with P being subtracted from H because you're doing final minus initial, and in this case we're trying to get the vector rotation in the opposite direction of where the player collided with. So our final direction would be towards the player from the hazard, which is why it's organized this way. Now this seems perfectly fine, but what I suspect is going to happen is there's going to be a weird scenario that happens here, where let's say the player is, I don't know, here, and a hazard is here. I can't see the red. Okay, whatever. That's close enough for this is fine. And if you were to calculate this, the player would be something like, I don't know, the values we'd end up with is y equals, let's say the player's angle, what we can't get is going to be like 350 maybe, minus this one being around like, I don't know, let's say 2 degrees, right? So you end up with this crazy huge angular momentum of like 348 because this is not accounting for the fact that we're right by the seam here. So how do we want to tackle this scenario so that instead of getting this, what we actually want to have is, our goal here is to have a velocity of 12. That's the goal we want to have here, because that's actually the real like distance here, this distance. So, or that difference. So there might be a time where we have to swap the terms and then flip the sign, I'm guessing. Oh no, that's not enough. That's not gonna work the way I want it to. Starting my journey in game design, this is my inspiration. I'm glad to hear that, man. I'm hoping for the best for you, man, in your journey in game design. It's a fun journey. No, I'm not gonna do that. That's not happening. Yo, I went to the doctor yesterday and it turns out I have early carpal tunnel syndrome, so I bought myself Kinesis Advantage 360 keyboard. Let's go, man. Waiting for it to arrive. I'm glad it's just my nerves. Yep. It'd be my heart. Oh, yeah, that's a consideration. Actually, I wasn't even aware of that, of having like carpal tunnel symptoms being also like symptoms for heart issues. But I'm glad to hear it's not that. So, hopefully the Kinesis treats you well. Hopefully you're happy. And it's also good to see you, Shasha. It's been a fat minute. And I'm not sure if you're trying that yet, but some unsolicited recommendations is I've been taking magnesium glycinate and it's really helped with my early carpal tunnel syndromes. Okay, so actually before I even do some coding, let's actually finish the idea here, because I didn't quite get there, did I? We addressed that there's a edge case to deal with here. So I think what we'd want to do actually is, if this guy is, so we need to figure out the condition for this. Because I think the fix for this scenario, so we're doing two things. We're figuring out what the correct calculation for this edge case would be, and then B, we have to find the condition to check, like, when is this happening? When is this warranted? So Let me try something here. So we do 360 minus, in this case, theta hazard. If we do -2, that's still going to be wrong, right? Well, 360 minus this, in this case, it'll produce a value of 10. Now we still want to have a negative value or negative sign because but maybe that's just going to happen when we do this here, right? Also, I plugged the values in the wrong way, didn't I? Yeah, so what should actually be happening here would be 2 minus 350. That's the hazard value, right? No, this is player. My bad. We did do it right. The player's here. Enemies, the hazard's over here. I need to ponder this a little bit on how we're going to tackle this. Yeah, because the player... I think a simple way to check to see is if there's a greater... So the condition we can check for... Let's do it here. Where is it? Did I delete it? I think I did. So here's the final thing we're... So let's just calculate, get these values, right? Calculate angle from position. We're gonna do transform dot position y zy, I think. We swizzle it. And we have other theta, and it's gonna be so we're gonna get these theta values, right? What are you doing, sir? Please explain. I'm trying to fix with this game, when you hit a hazard or enemy or whatever, it's gonna the player doesn't bounce back in the correct direction, and it's because of the fact that the game takes place over a cylinder. So if I go to the side, you'll see that the actual world is a cylinder, which means that the movement you see of the character is not just a positional change, it's a positional and rotational change, where the x-axis is a translation or a change in position, and changes on the y are actually rotations. So we're accounting for that because that's currently incorrect. And when I hit things, they're not quite... I mean, there's some scenarios where it's working fine, but there's other scenarios where it's just wrong, like that, where we're hitting it from the bottom, and yet we're being launched upwards. So the way I've implemented that is wrong, and now we're going through and actually fixing it. And I'm thinking through the problem from step one to see how may I go about it. Especially since I did this before. Before I had like some proper assumptions about the game and all that stuff. Always nice to find this stream up. Hey, thank you, Mike. Yeah, I want to do more, but at the same time I've been Playing a lot of Final Fantasy IX lately, which is weird because I'm not usually big on gaming, but I had a realization that like working as much as I have for my day job and then working as much as I do on my off hours, it's like I don't get I didn't have time to enjoy stuff. And there's been like multiple instances where people have pointed out, maybe not even explicitly to me, but just like stories or like things they've experienced where they know people who just didn't enjoy the things they have in their life, right? And eventually it was like too late, right? So I was like, all right, we're not gonna do that. Let's actually take time and, you know, play games and not stream it or anything either. Just like do it for me, for fun. So it's been good. The keyboard sounds good. Thank you, Sasha. We're gonna do a thing sometime where we oil up the keycaps because it's due for a change, but I'm very happy with how it sounds. Gotta balance, bro. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like now I'm starting to have actually start doing some work-life balance. I think I grinded enough to get. I think there is a point in your life, especially when you're younger, where you grind, where it's good to grind and actually level up as much as you can. But I think I finally feel at a place where I feel pretty confident in my. I don't know. I'm not gonna say that, but I don't feel vastly insecure about my abilities and how competent I am. So I think I'm taking my foot just a little bit off the gas. Not all the way off, just a little bit. Player theta, other theta. And then we're gonna calculate some kind of delta. And we're gonna do the formula that we had in mind before. Player. Now it's still going to suffer from the same edge cases we described. We're going to have to address that. All in due time, though. Oh, you have a convenient thing called other position. Oh, but that's still actually relevant here. So let's... Do I even need it? Like, I don't actually care enough. I think I'd rather just be explicit. About what we're getting and how we're applying changes to it. I was around middle school, I think. That's the most I can remember. Yeah, Vim Motions, Master Piek, or Master Pi. Yeah, C#, yeah. Yeah, you got me. You got me red-handed, working in C#. One day we'll go back to C and C++ land, but for now, I think after this I want to finish, after we get Radial Rush out the door, I want to do some more. I want to wrap up Ribbon Done, especially now that we have the command stuff happening and undo redo and everything. I think that'd be pretty cool. It's kind of funny though, because I kind of end up redeveloping some object-oriented stuff in C for that command thing, but it's more explicit at least. It's still different though. I couldn't implement it the way I did it in C sharp. Okay, so we have this. We calculate our. Oh yeah, I tried. Did I delete it? Oh wait, what? Oh, okay. This is the theta values. So we have this, and then what I might do is because really all we care about is the sign, which is why we're doing this, right? We're doing the sign and then we're attaching some, multiplying it by like whatever rotation, fixed rotation speed you have. That seems kind of dumb, honestly, but it's weird though because these are different units. So I can't just like treat it like a vector and normalize them. I think what I'm gonna do is have like some kind of, we have speed defined. So we have the angle. We have a method of getting arc. Oh, but at the end of the day, we're providing an angle. That's what's needed to do this calculation. So like it would be redundant to calculate the arc angle or the arc distance for this to factor in speed. Well, I guess we can find out. Well, no, it wouldn't be pointless because if we have the arc distance, I'm trying to think because we have one component of a vector here, delta x, and we have the other component on the y, which is what we're effectively getting here. And then we have a math utility for getting arc distance. Or I guess we don't. No, calculate arc distance. Yeah, we do. And it's just going to be delta. Also, wrong place to be doing this. And then we have to pass in radius, I believe, as well. Radius, which is just going to be that. And then what we're going to do is with this arc y, we are going to produce vector 2 with this delta x and arc y, which should all be in the same units now. This is stupid because we're just kind of getting the same thing that we could have. Oh no, is it? It really depends on my implementation here and what I did, because there's some ambiguity with brother. Well, it's going to produce only a positive value, not a signed value. So this is yes, it's going to produce like the distance, and we can normalize it, and then we can like, oh, this seems like so much for what I'm trying to do though, to get like accurate speed. Yo, what's going on, sweetie cheeks? I'm also doing Unity currently as we speak. Let's go, dude. Get that Unity done did, man. Show Unity who's boss. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're not gonna do this, because I've just determined the ROI on that is not great. And I want to work on other components of the game so far. So, let me check real quick. Can you use C in Unity? I wasn't aware of that. No, I'm not using C in Unity. I have a separate project that uses C. Please crack de novo. What's de novo? When for real, never touching the mouse ever again after you learn how to use them. Oh yeah, it's great. Can't even code without, then I end up typing JJ. Yeah. Yeah, it's terrible. What's up, Kelvin? It'd be cool to see you make a game in C. It's such a intimidating task. Only managed to get basic renderings and give up trying to animate a model in FBX. I think I'd like to do that eventually. I mean, we have there's the engine project that we have, and that's written in C++. And I don't think I can actually just do perfect raw C. But I can convert this to be much more idiomatic to C. I think the only thing I'd keep is the function overloading for multiplying and adding vectors and stuff like that. But I think most of this engine I could probably rework to be very C-like. So I might just go that route. The only thing is that eventually I'd like this to support for Android. I know you can probably do you could for sure do C stuff on Android. It's just that the resources for doing that is not as much as compared to the resources for C++. Yeah, the Cozy engine. Yep. Yeah, the Cozy engine's coming along. I have a game. The next game I work on is gonna be in this, and I talked about it briefly last stream, but it's gonna be Daybreakers. I think that's the name I'm gonna call it. But yeah, I need to finish this first. It's like my vegetable. So I just need to finish this game first before I can do that. In your Unity script, why did you make it partial? Because I have another thing for handling abilities and chips, and that's a thing that's going to grow kind of unboundedly. But it's not really pertinent to the core behavior of the player. It's stuff relevant to the chips. It just needs access to things from the player. But yeah, these are like just, I'm probably gonna make regions for them in particular, but yeah, stuff for like the time stop ability and how it's gonna transform the behavior, and then there's a default dash ability, and then I imagine I'm gonna have more types of abilities to add to this. Yeah. I don't think C# has friendliness in the way that C++ has it. So I just make a partial class and add the functions in there. And Androids, yeah, it sucks. I really want to I need to I don't know. I don't want it to work on, I don't know. It's very, oh, my necklace broke. No, that's very sad. I didn't even do much. Oh, it broke in the middle. I need to get this fixed ASAP. Oh well. It's just a way for corporations to sell more. Real game devs leak their own games because that's how you sell. Ultrakill is a great example. Hakita leaked his own game so that people who couldn't spend money on it could still play it and talk about it. Yeah, I might just do that. I'm probably just gonna drop the APKs on itch or something. Yeah, thank you for the F's in chat for the necklace. It's all right. The cross necklace may break, but the cross is inside. It's in the heart. Gone too soon. Yeah, this is the second time it's broken too. I need to get it fixed again. I should just go to Home Depot and get some industrial chains and just throw that around my neck. And then have this like really tiny, gentle little thing on it. Then it's not gonna break. Anyways. Player. Yeah, I mean, most of the game is kind of leaked already. Like, most of the code for the game is... Like, we've streamed the entirety of making this game, right? So, the entire source code is available for people. I guess the stuff that's in the dev kit is not really exposed, but even then, like, I've gone through most of it. Or at least the most relevant stuff. Okay, so what's the thing here? So we have this rotation component. Figure out flip condition. So that's the thing we're trying to debug there, right? I'm not sure how the best term for this, but requires flipping is probably what I'm thinking. I hate that I can't cast a float to a bool in C#. That bothers me. Or into a bool or whatever. Actually, can I cast? No, it's not going to be happy about it. C#, you ruined the fun. You ruined the fun, man. That's healthy programming in my book. People can read and learn from you and make their own games, making the industry thrive. Yeah, I mean, that's how I learned, right? Looking at other people's code. If someone was to remake this, they would abandon the 3D cylinder, which has been a cause for many issues. Or they would just yoink the code that I did for the 3D cylinder and just say, hey, he solved it for me. Bro's backspaces wore out. Yeah. That'd be funny if this used to be blue. This actually used to be blue, guys. We just backspace. Actually, it's funny. I have two backspace buttons. They're not actually both backspace, but they both say backspace because I don't have that much keys that are 2 units wide. So it looks like I look like a man who does too many mistakes and requires twice the backspace. I wish I could cast a bool into a bool in C#, if only. I know, like, you can do it in shaders and you get this nice, elegant stuff. Like, I've written really nice input management stuff. I think, do I have it in, I think in the engine project I do it somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. But I do a thing for handling, wrong place. Do I have it here? Or did I get rid of it? Yeah, this is empty. Let me go to the other project made with the engine. New window. But we do some stuff like that just makes it really elegant. Let's see where we do that. Oh, I don't think I actually do it here. Where did I do it? Yeah, no, we're just doing discrete, because it's discrete input that I'm checking. I'm not doing the joystick thing. I think I've done that more with joystick inputs. Oh well, JK. Because I've done, actually no, I've done it where like, yeah, because this is returning a boolean, that's why. I've done it where you do like, you get a float value for, like you get these two booleans for left and right, you treat them as floats, and then you subtract them, and then like you can use that to determine like, I forgot how Oh, I need to find the project where I do that kind of thing. There's a way I did it where I was like, oh, this feels really succinct and nice and beautiful, and this is how life should be. And then, but then C# type protection said no. It's okay. You can't cast to bool in C#. Well, yeah, it's true. It's terrible. It's actually so baffling, especially when you switch over from a long shader sesh. Oh yeah, it is. It's terrible. Okay, so the require flip thing. So we're still figuring out like the way to correct for this scenario here. Or like we end up with a grossly incorrect angular delta. Boop, 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 boop. And what we really want to have in this scenario is have it be -12. So how do we get to -12? The condition I think is gonna be simple though. I think like because we have quadrants, right? So if one is less than is within quadrant 1, which is less than 90 degrees, and value B is greater than 360, then like, or greater than 270, then you know for a fact that you are overlapping, and then we need to do this change. So I think that's the simple condition we can do. And it's going to be if play. We have to do 2 conditions for when they're flipped. We need to figure out which one is the one that's flipped though, or the one that's like over, that we have to do the thing to. That is a thing, isn't it? And we need to figure out the operation, but there's probably a better way of doing this. And then the flipped. Actually, it should be player theta is less than. It doesn't really matter. You're going to be dealing with very small differences between them. So this says, hey, we need to do a flip. But really, this might even be just redundant, because I think we're going to end up doing this correction. We're going to do player theta. It's going to be equal to like, I don't know. Actually, no, because these are always going to be... No, we can't do some clamp magic to deal with this, because indiscriminately, because we're going to have to... I feel like there's an analytical way to go about it, but the simplest thing that comes to mind is doing this. This like ugly way. I feel there's got to be a very nice, clean math way of doing it. We're gonna work. I want to work it out. I want to figure it out. But for the short term, I just want to see if this is gonna produce the results I want it to produce. So this is a good enough thing for now. Now we have to figure out how we're gonna do the correction though. So if we do this, we're gonna end up with 10, and then it's gonna be 10 minus 2, and that's gonna produce a value of 8. We can always just flip the sign, and that'll be fine. Because it's like negative 10. It's just showing that it's 10 degrees negative, which indicates that it's below the origin, and that's what we're looking for. So we do this 360 thing, and then we flip the sign, and I think that's going to be what's required here. Yeah. So if player theta is less than 90, then I'm assuming the other theta is the fender. And then we just do 360. And then otherwise we do this to the player. And I believe this should just work. This feels like it should work. This feels correct. And then we calculate the delta theta. Where are you? Oh, it's 10 o'clock. Sorry if that alarms anyone. That's my phone ringtone. My phone ringtone. Okay, and then we do this player theta, and then finally we do for angular velocity sine times, and then some value for angle. We could just do... Yeah. We'll leave this as is for now, and we're going to see if this works. Alright, let's see what's going on. What game engine? Sorry, it just disappeared like that. Anyways, back. Welcome back. It's alright. Everyone has lives. You gotta do stuff. It's all good. It's always a pleasure to have you back, though. What game engine? This is Unity. Nope, and this is still wrong. But now it's like biased towards a different direction. If I get hit by this. If I get hit by this. So from below it's fine, but from the top, it's throwing us back down. So either I have some incorrect ideas about how this should work. No, that worked. That's working from the top as well. Yeah, that's actually not terrible. I'm not having that issue where we're being... Okay. Let's see here. Oh wait, I'm supposed to be touching this. That seemed correct to me. That felt correct. That's working pretty well. Okay, from the bottom now we're being flung up now. Yeah, this is odd. And now we're being flung upwards. Really strange. Really, really strange how this is working. Yeah, look at that. Or is that just correct? Because what we're doing is kind of like a big exaggeration of the Y position rotation, and these cylinders are actually a bunch of like spheres, right? So maybe the angle I'm colliding with them is actually up. Is just no, but then that's for sure. That's unambiguous. That is for sure the bottom that we're colliding with, and we should be thrown down, and that's not what's happening here at all. Well, we do have... Did I comment it out? Oh, so we have these render texture issues. That's weird. Create failed. Must be larger than 0. I don't know what this is coming from. There's a bunch of issues with this. Okay. What is going on? Render texture. I'm not really using render textures in this project. Why are we getting... What is going on here? That's super weird. Okay. Well, that aside, let me actually print some additional information now to better gauge what's going on. And I don't like this fixed. We're gonna have to do something about it, but we'll do that later. Okay. No. I mean, this is not really helpful information, though. I should probably nix that, if I'm gonna be real with you. What is helpful, though, is getting rid of this. We're gonna use okay, and then oh, this is gonna be post correction as well. I should really cache the old value. With this logic, though, it's not really. Let's do this. Actually, we'll just print both. So let me do this stuff here, and then also, this is not correct. Actually, this is actually a good thing to compare, though, to see if our functions are consistent. And we should probably do some new lines, shouldn't we? Actually, I'm gonna get rid of this. I mean, I could really just do a breakpoint and not do any of this stuff, but where's the fun in that? Also, I think breakpoints kind of break on my setups, so that's gonna be that's a whole different thing. Oh, what's going on here? Hey, what's going on, Terrell? It's good to see you, man. Seems like you're doing position, not relative pose. For what? Have you used AI in any of these codes? No. So all my personal coding and my stream coding, I never use AI. is a trip. Yep. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that these things end up resulting in crazy stuff being displayed. Commanding this patient. I'm glad, Ian. Go check the second. What was going on? N7X. Oh, I got to your question. We're good. So requires flip result delta theta. Let me just check to see if it's correct too. Yeah, we're doing player theta minus other theta. Okay. Player theta transform position at cy other theta. Yep, that seems correct to me. If player theta is less than 90 and other theta is greater than 270, that means they're in adjacent quadrants. Or actually, let me specify this. This actually might be. Okay, that might have been the issue as well. That actually probably is the issue. I don't know. Maybe it's smart enough to. I don't know. I think they're different Boolean statements. So that probably was causing issues. Let's find out if this was the cause. So we hit the bottom here. Nope, that was wrong. Yeah, that's very wrong. The top is fine. Yeah, that's weird and wrong. Okay, so what's going on here? Also, assertion exception. Where? Game board manager. What? Wait, what is going on? Oh, it's actually. Let me re-import too. Thank you, Lee. Or Liel. Game looks old. That's kind of the point. That's the goal. So we hit this. Okay, we get knocked down. If we hit this, we're still getting knocked down. That's not good. We're getting a failed assertion as well. That's not great. I'm not sure why that is. Let's look at the last collision though. What's happening here? So is it happening when no, the player's still alive. So other theta is 188. The player theta is 180. Player internal theta is -6. Wait. So the player's internal theta is completely different than this? That is weird. Are we like in different... Are we mapping rotations differently? That is weird, actually. So the other theta was 180. In fact, I want to see... I want to be able to look at the game object we collided with. So I can actually inspect in the scene editor. Okay, so this is actually an ideal strip. This is actually the perfect place where we can test this. Okay, that's correct. Okay, and that was not correct. So we're gonna get close to it. And we're gonna go, I'm actually gonna pause it. And we can see this is where things happen. So other theta is 219. The player theta is 180. It's kind of a significant difference when I think about it. When the collision event is fired, like they're not, that's 40 degrees difference. That's not correct. Player theta being, that is weird. So the other theta is 219. That is a humongous difference. Other, yeah, it doesn't cause, the result is negative 39. That is, okay, so there's something weird going on here. Either the positions are not aligning perfectly on the surface, there's some variability, and that's going to mess up the normalized distance calculation or vector calculation for which will result in bad angles. I think that I could see that causing that level of offset. I might have to do a projection of the position onto the radius, our imaginary cylinder, to account for that. But no, that was with the normal hazard. That should be perfectly on the yeah, like that should be on the radius, like almost perfectly. So I doubt that's actually, yeah, like that's, I highly doubt that's the cause between these two. That is not 20 or 40 degrees of difference between this transform and this transform. That is not right. So I think where I should, but we have like these unit tests though, and they all passed fine. Unit test, quote unquote, but like that's a thing we do have, and we tested this function explicitly, and it works across different edge cases. Yes, math utility tests. The only thing that might be weird is that we flipped it z and y. Maybe that might be it. No, but even then, like that's, you would have an incorrect. Oh, maybe that would still be the issue. That'd still be the cause. Is incorrect mapping. Let me pass in, instead of YZ, we're gonna swizzle it as, or ZY, we're gonna swizzle it as YZ. Actually, no, yeah. I mean, how else are we doing this? Let's look at this. So we call it in buffer utilities. And we treat it as ZY. That's how we do our round to int. Get angle from position. Vector 3 position. ZY, and then we divide by 3. Yeah. That's a normalized thing, and then we map it to the board. Yeah. Okay. So I don't think this should be producing the issues. But it's weird that we're getting this wildly different offset. And from what? It's actually, because this, we got rid of the position pronounced, but we can get that directly from here. But yeah, that's very strange. Like just from here, this is what position? Position. Oh, are we using the wrong transform? Which object has the player component on it? This is character. This is player. Oh. Player is positioned at the... Player is positioned over here at the center of the cylinder. So when we get to transform, it shouldn't be transformed at position. It should be... Okay, so maybe that's the issue here. In which case, I'm surprised it wasn't even worse. Yeah, because the player component is attached to the center, the pivot, the center of the cylinder, not the outer edge. So for delta X, we do player object. There we go. Okay. So hopefully that was it. Let's try recompiling and then running it. Let's see if this is good. Okay, let's see how this goes. Blender 3D, the OG. Blender's my favorite game engine, guys. Arc Raiders so damn cool. I've heard nothing but good things about Arc Raiders. That looked correct. That looked correct? Okay, I mean okay, that was not correct. I'm sad. No, that was correct. Maybe I just hit the bottom. Actually, you know, maybe this is correct. 1 second. Because now that I think about it, I think I might have hit the top of the, or maybe I'm trying to gaslight myself into thinking this is fine. That looked fine to me. Let's look at this one. If I collide from the bottom. Okay, that's correct. Scary time from the top now. I think it's working. It's working. Let's go. I mean, the angular rotation is the most exaggerated part, but yeah, this is fine. I think what I want to do though is change the colliders a bit. Or I don't know. I think I might change. I want to change these to be, because you can get stuck in between this. Like I think I want to make I don't know. I need to figure out what I'm gonna do with this. But the calculation is correct. We fixed it. It's actually working, guys. So let's freaking go. We're on the board today. On the board. We got something done did. So I'm gonna get rid of this debug stuff. Actually, no. I'm gonna commit this first, and then we'll get rid of debug symbols. Okay. Player hazard bounce. I like how refactor time has just become my master. Oh, we already pushed it. Okay, cool. And now we can do the cleanup. Get rid of this. Don't need that. And then here we can be a bit more I don't know. I need to figure out what we're going to do, because delta x is not... This does not scale with the same magnitude. I think if we can have like a fixed magnitude, but this is just gonna be 0, like -1 or 1. It lacks a certain level of I don't know. I have an idea to make this a bit more nuanced, or at least feel more consistent. So you have our Y sign and then, or I don't know, theta sign. And then, what are we to do? What are we to do? Well, we have like the distance where this takes place over. Trying to get this to be. They're 2 different units. It's weird. It's just fundamentally weird. So it's odd. How often do you stream? Usually about 3 hours, 4 hours, something like that. A couple of times a week I do a stream too, but we'll see. I was gone. Yes, I did. Blueprints. It's working, but I need to learn C++, and I also use ChatGPT for help. Can I tell them my game? Yeah, it's working, Sasha. We're on the board. We're on the board. Well played, Cozy. Thank you, Sasha. Though I wouldn't be surprised if I was wrong. Why 2 units? Because 1 unit is for translation and 1's for rotation. New here, Cozy gets really focused and might not check chat for a while. Yeah, it happens. Thank you, Sasha, for pointing that out. Yeah, I'm very bad with chat, but yeah, thank you, MHL. We on there, we're in there, man. Yeah, I'll show you the game. Let me finish this last part of this. I'm trying to figure out how to have this be more nuanced, or not nuanced, but have a consistent arc distance, like arc velocity. You know what I think I just fundamentally need? Like, I need to have a way of translating. I don't know. I need to translate. We have to translate. I should just make a function to translate velocity. Like, it's weird. We have to have like this way of translating velocity vectors that are on the surface of the cylinder into the actual base components of like translation on X and then a theta on, or angle on Y. Like, that's what we really need, is some kind of like function to translate that. And it's very specific, but I think that would be very nice. So we have. And the thing is bad is because even if I translate like these theta back into an arc distance and then we get the correct vector, we're gonna have to translate it back into these discrete components. So it's like it's this whole thing feels so dumb, and yet I think it's still necessary to be able to achieve what I want to achieve. Like we have like three different coordinate systems. Like we have like world space coordinates, and then we have like cylinder surface chords, which would be the thing I introduce here, or something that kind of already kind of exists in a sort of pseudo way, but I haven't really made it an explicit thing yet. Can I not? Okay, there we go. And then you have like the the space that we currently have it in, where it's this weird space that we have where we actually apply the stuff. Like we have these three different coordinate spaces that we're essentially working with. If I could redesign it, I think I would have everything operate in this space here, and then the translation happens in one discrete step somewhere else. That would be the refactor I do, because this feels super gnarly. Oh man. I've been making a roguelike game, and I've been trying to set up saving and loading, but saving and loading weapons is quite hard since it's not just a simple value. Yeah, saving and loading is such a crazy, underappreciated, complex thing. Because people think it's just, oh, you just save stuff to a file, but like, what if you have things that are not structured in a static way, right? That can change in a variable of different ways. And then on top of that, like something you probably don't think about is like backwards compatibility. So like if you make version 1 of the game, and then you eventually make a new version, a new update or something, and it introduces new stuff or even changes old stuff for whatever reason, you have to have a way of like detecting save versions, and then also having an upgrade ability, right? A way to upgrade from one version to the other version. And like, it's not just the means of upgrading it, but like, if you have multiple versions, then you might have to have a thing where, you know, version like 600, you have to upgrade. And if you have versions 1000 of a game, and then, or let's be less dramatic, the version 10 of a game, right? And you have save data from someone who's playing on version 1, and they come back to your game for some reason, then you have to upgrade it through the different iterations until it gets back to version 10. Or, I mean, there's different ways of going about it, right? That doesn't, you don't, but this is a very consistent way of ensuring that things are still compliant. So there's stuff like that. There's other parts about like thinking about, hey, how do we avoid corruption, and how do we detect if the game data has been corrupted, so that we can at least figure out what's going on and maybe try to salvage it. That's a whole thing. For my dev kit, I have stuff like that for saving and loading, where we have like hashes of the data calculated, so that we can detect upon loading what module of the game, if the module of the game has been corrupted, and then what to do otherwise. And then it's a lot, dude. And this is just like for backwards compatibility. We haven't talked about like dealing with all the different types of non-simple value type data, but I mean, there's ways of going about it. And then serializing references, that's a whole thing too. Because like you might have an object that references object B, but then like, sure, you have a pointer in the heap, but like you can't just serialize the pointer, because then when you load the game, those objects are going to exist somewhere else, right? So how do you keep that? Do you just have an index into a predefined list? Do you use IDs of some sort? It's a fun it's a fun problem to tackle, but yeah, it's a whole thing. MHL. Or Unreal 5. Have you done any 3D games? I've done some 3D games, but it's always 2.5D type stuff, and then I don't know, I just like doing sprite-based games. And I don't use Unreal. It's too clunky for the type of games I make. I like keeping things very lean. All right. So let's. Oh, we're doing something. Oh, right, we're dealing with this. Sorry, I'm noob. What's going on? What type of software I use to create games? I just use something called a game engine. They're very helpful for making games. You can find a bunch if you Google it. There's a bunch of great options that exist out there. Show it for a minute if he has time. Yeah, I can show it. I mean, we have yeah, I'll show it. Actually, do I want to? It's kind of in a rough shape, but it's what I've. Actually, do I have it open somewhere else on a tab? I thought we brought it up here. And that's the Cozio Engine project. I'll close this. Is this? Yeah, that's the other one. Yeah, we don't need this. No, I don't want to close that. I just want to close the buffer. A few seconds ago, I don't even know which one this was. I can't even tell which project. Don't you love when you're... I can do this though, and I can see it. Okay, Messy Mansion. Yeah, it's a 3D game, but I think it's very different from the type of 3D you're doing. Or aiming to do. And it's very different from Unreal as well. I'm gonna ask a really stupid question. I mean, you don't have to apologize. You're trying to learn Python. Which way would you recommend? I can't really give a recommendation. I don't really use Python, so I can't really give any good recommendations beyond just, I don't know, read some stuff about, I don't know, like Python is it's like less, I think Python you benefit the most from just knowing about the packages and the ecosystem you're operating in. I mean, there's some general principles that apply, like OOP stuff, I guess, or I don't know. I feel like Python is kind of this thing where it's meant to be, hey, you're supposed to be using packages that do these things. So the goal is to kind of write less Python than as little as Python as possible and let the packages you're importing do the bulk work. But I don't know. That's kind of a lie. Because there's things like, what was it, Pygame, where you're meant to do some actual architecture in there, not scripts. And if you're doing architecture, then it's worth knowing things like the principles of OOP and whatnot. I don't know though. Really, it's really dependent on what your goal is. Like a data scientist guy is gonna be very different than someone trying to make a game in Pygame, for example. Yeah, what I'm doing. Oh yeah, we don't need this anymore either. So this seems okay. Yeah, we were trying to get the normalized value thing to happen. That's correct. That's what I was trying to do. Or like trying to have like an arc distance with a consistent longitude. That's what I was trying to do. Got you. And then okay. I think I see the vision now. I think I see the vision. So we have this math utilities. What functions do I have here? I have get angle from distance, and then get angle from position. What's angle from distance? What is this? And of course I didn't document. What is, I just undocumented. It takes an arc distance, radius. Oh, okay. Got you. That's not going to produce what I want it to produce then. It's going to get you like the angle of an arc section, but I mean that might be actually fun because we're operating on delta, right? So I can just provide delta theta, and it's going to show me how much distance across the surface this is. And that's going to be the cylinder. Yeah, okay. Okay, and these are both floats though, so let me make sure they're right. Okay, yeah. That's get angle from arc distance. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get we're getting the arc distance here. So we get our arc distance, and then from there we have like the x and y component for this. We can't just do position.y because keep in mind this is the distance across the cylinder, not world space. Okay, so from there we can get like this offset vector, normalize it, cylinder chord, I don't know, cylinder space. I don't know, this whole thing feels so dumb. But it's necessary, and that's what I hate the most. Delta Y, no arc distance, theta arc distance, that's what I need, yeah. And then we're gonna normalize. We're gonna normalize this value, and then once it's been normalized, we have to again. We're gonna have to do this thing. Okay, actually no. And now we're gonna dictate like our hazard bounce speed. This is gonna be like a constant value. In fact, let's make it very clear. Meters per second. That sounds like miles per hour. I hate that we have different coordinate systems. This meters per second. Okay. Let's say it's like 20 meters per second. And now we're gonna multiply this by hazard. Yeah. Okay. And then finally we're gonna extract the theta value from the y component of this. Final theta. And it's gonna be offset vector dot y math utilities calculate angle, get angle from distance, which is going to be this. This may remove the sign, so we're going to have to reintroduce a sign. So multiply by y theta sign. Beautiful. And then we plug this into final theta. It's that easy, guys. It's just that easy. It's just that simple. That's all you need to do, guys. Come on, are you telling me you didn't thought of this? You didn't think of... Are you telling me this didn't come to mind immediately when you saw this problem I described? What? It's elementary, guys. I need to document this. I'm gonna forget it. I'm gonna forget why we do everything we've done here. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna start this dot comment like this. So we convert from so we get in cylinder surface space we can then these values and convert them to... This is terrible. I can't even document this good, man. This fundamentally just feels so jank. We're just gonna do this in steps. And this is not even explaining why we do this. But I think the explanation has to happen up here. I don't even want to explain it. I think we're just going to say, hey, I trust what a past me did, and we're just going to leave it. Let's just see if this works in the first place. How about that? Also, this is a compile error. What are we doing here wrong? Can I convert type? Oh, because I tried, yeah. Multiply equals, okay. Okay, we're just gonna... Is this incorrect, or is it just, no, two parameters? This requires radius. Of course it does. Okay, that's fine, though. Okay, and the program recompiles. Let's just see if this works the way I have it envisioned. Figure it out. I can save and load my weapons. Let's go MHL. Let's get some W's, guys, for MHL in the horizontal chat for getting their weapons able to be saved and loaded from their game save. A video tutorial was at first, but nothing too much. Oh, is that okay? Thanks, man. Truly appreciate the honesty. I'm not sure what went down, but thank you guys, Sasha and Terrell, for helping them out. Chimera, love you. Good to see you again. I was reading the chat. I realized I should probably specify when I'm reading someone's comments versus saying my own stuff. Because sometimes it sounds like I'm saying what... It sounds like I'm the one saying it, not reading someone's comments. Coding, the trust fall exercise. Is the error call going to catch you or let you slip? I don't know. We're hoping for the best here. W from Vert. Let's go. Lily Guitar. Always good to see you. All right, let's... Oh my, you see that? Look at that. It's proportional. Oh my goodness, our math was just great. Our math was perfect. No, it's not. It was terrible. What happened there? What happened there? It's not quite right. Why are you doing this? Why are you like this? It seems like the X component is like super exaggerated now. We're using final theta as well. No, that's what we're supposed to be using. Yeah, we're right there. Cylinder X. Did we sign this as delta X? Yeah, it's delta X. We normalize the vector. We multiply it by hazard bound speed, so it's now at the desired speed we want to have. Final theta is just get angle from distance. We get this angle. Does this produce, out of curiosity, is this gonna signed? Is this signed? We provide the arc distance, and then arc distance is okay. Arc distance is divided by 2 pi r, and then we multiply it by 360. Yeah, because this is producing the circumference, and this is the arc distance, and it's a percentage of that. So actually, this is incorrect because this does handle sine. This does, so we don't have to multiply by theta sine. This is actually preserved in this expression. So let's recompile and then try this out again. It's so funny, Lily Guitar. You said W from Vert, and what came to mind was like the vertex function. I was like, that's weird. Why are we saying W from Vert? Like, I haven't done vertex stuff today. And then looking at it now, did it click? Oh, vertical chat. That looked right. That looked right. That looked okay. That looked correct. I feel like Greyhound or Grey Fox. Was it Grey Fox from Metal Gear Solid 1? Hurt me more. We're just trying to validate that the collisions are working correctly, and the collision is correct. Oh my freaking goodness, guys. All this just so we can have like collisions in the right direction with the right magnitude. Oh my goodness, there we go. Another W, guys. There's so many W's this week, man. We fixed that scary big bug earlier this week, and now we have this thing fixed that was been a thorn in my side for far too long. Actually fixed hazard collision. Okay, very nice. Is there anything else we need to clean up here? We could try. While this knowledge is fresh in my brain, I can try documenting this properly, so we can understand why we've done the weird things we have done here. Yeah, that's a thing here too. This is a whole thing. There's a lot of non-obvious things that are happening here. Yeah, we don't need theta sign anymore. Horizontal is now hexadecimal. Yo, what's going on? What's going on, J Dolo? Or Dolu? Bro's wicked smart. When you say that, I just can't. I hear what's his face? Is it Mark Wahlberg? I don't know. I just see that guy's face saying that. Him. Brother. Okay, so we got the thing. Meters. And we're explaining this. Now that I think about it, okay, we're gonna do this. Should probably be a function, but we have began from to achieve this seemingly simple feat, we must convert the positions of the two objects into our, I don't know, gross vector unit. Okay. This requires offset. Easy. And then to be able create the cylinder space. Okay, we're gonna leave this as this. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. We've documented it kind of. I'm not sure if it's gonna be helpful for future me, but hopefully future me never has to actually look at this, and I don't have to remember why we've done the things we've done here. So let's go to our to-do, and we can say our... Was player collision not even on the list? Oh, it's on the list now. Player collision, and that's fixed as well. And you know what, I'm gonna put this on a high priority thing as well. That's a thing we've been neglecting for a while. Level gen, that's also a thing we're gonna have to deal with. Where once the player reaches the end of a level, before they reach the end of the level, we have to generate the next. It's a few things, actually. You have to have like some kind of transition animation or something. Prepare next level. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be what we're going to have to do. And to do this, the big thing is going to be, because all the level generation stuff, that's actually going to be very easy. The thing that's going to be the most involved is going to be the screen shader. That's simple as well, but we just need to have something. Add the portal. Yeah, because we're going to add like a portal or something, like a hyperspeed thing. That's going to be the way we hide a lot of the things we're doing. Because eventually, what essentially is happening is that the player is going to be reaching... Sorry. Let me just put this down. But essentially, the player is going to reach 2,000 meters, and then we're going to play the transition, and they're going to start back over here, but we're going to load a different level and everything, and that's how a lot of the magic's going to happen. So we need to have a way of triggering this as well. That can be a simple thing as like a coordinate. Like once a player gets to x equals greater than or equal to x equals, I don't know, 1,800 or something, we play the animation and then we generate stuff. I think that's going to be how we go about doing this. Let me just push this real quick. Okay, we're good on that front. So, I know we need to do this. Like, I know this is a high priority thing, but I think I need to finish how the backgrounds work. No, I can just, it's an API change. I think we just need to do this. I think that's just what needs to happen. The infrastructure for that's gonna be kind of simple. I think it's just a matter of doing it. Let me check the game board class and see, because we have on start we do the whole view init, generate shells. That's for the backgrounds. We do the object pool initialization stuff, and then we do the yeah, we start the culling here. Where do we generate the level? Okay, path level generators, path gen, and then yeah. So we generate the levels from here. So a lot of the stuff we can consolidate into like a new. Or call it next level. And then we're gonna do, one of the things that has to happen is we're gonna do this. We have to get level. Here we go. And this is a random selection, so we can do stuff with this. So you randomly choose a level. We generate do a level generation based off of it using the entity probability table. And then what else do we do from here? Had your breakfast? Yeah, I've been eating good, man. Been eating good. Code a game? Yeah, I'm making a game right now. What's going on, Sykes? And Musa. Is this key BD? No, it's just I'm using an Ergodox. Thank you, dude. Sorry, I'm high key slow, but what are you coding? You're not slow, man. I'm just making a game right now, and I'm coding how we're gonna generate the next level. So we have a way of generating the current level, and when the player reaches the end, we want to place them where they need to be, and then generate the next level they're gonna be playing through. So we're not doing the basic thing of just making a function called next level, and it's gonna select a random level and its assets and whatever, and then let's do the path gen. We also have to do the background generation as well. So we do this whole model the texture. This is cool for debugging purposes, so I'm gonna leave that here as well, so you can update the texture. And then yeah, chunks generate shells. That's a whole thing too that we gotta do. I'm surprised this doesn't. Generate model. Oh. Where do we do that? Generate model. Do you call this at all? Start. Call it generate shells. Oh, chunks generate model. Okay. So actually, we don't need to generate shells. We need to. This is an initialization thing. We need to generate the chunk model, and then yeah. Okay, cool. This seems like this actually works. This seems actually fine. And it's a matter of knowing when to initialize this as well. This should probably be a coroutine because what we're gonna do is have and we have to place player in the correct place. Position. And then rotation as well should be like Quaternion identity. No, what was that? That should reset the player to where they're supposed to be. We'll see. Hi, what's going on? The Luffy? Luffy? What are you doing here? I'm supposed to be getting the One Piece. But hi, good to see you. That was an epic keyboard, thank you. Once in a while, you mind me asking what editor you use? I'm using Writer. I do rest. That's why I have I'm starting to take days to like relax and just play games. That's something I've been bad about doing. But I had a realization somewhat recently that like, hey, life's a little short, so maybe I should do things that I enjoy and not have it be like streamed or whatever, or have it not be programming. So I've been taking time to do that, to rest and relax. This is cool, but we need a way to test this. And I need to figure out what's going to be the condition for all of this. So we're going to do... What I think we're going to do is... There's got to be a reactive extension way of doing this. I want your GitHub profile link. I mean, I don't really do stuff on GitHub anymore. I switched to Codeberg, but you just find me on Cozy Cabin Games. That's my Codeberg. I don't have as much stuff there, but it's going. It might be cool. Maybe I'll keep. I've been thinking about how public I want to make this stuff, but I might do a thing where I keep my dev kit private, but make the actual games public, so you guys can actually access it, or like see like the specific stuff I've implemented for the game. I don't know though. We'll see. I have to figure out what I want to do. I feel like there's got to be a reactive extension way of seeing like, hey, only when these values change. What I'm making here, I'll show you. I'll show you what we're making. Let me just do this real quick. Oh, did I select it? There we go. I haven't played the game at this speed in a while. You can really see the level gen stuff start to kick in, or the not level gen, but the culling thing, and the chunks too. Jeez, you're going to have to refactor the chunk generation. We have the chips disabled too, so I wonder when we add the abilities back in, how the boost is going to look like. Yeah, this is kind of an OP engine, man. I might have to reduce the max speed down. This is like the limit for how fast you can probably play this. I don't know. This is how the limit to how fast I can play the game. That's a little too fast. Here's like the starter engine, I'm thinking, and how it's gonna. Oh, that's the hull. This is a more reasonable speed. You know, the camera angle change, I think it really helps with helps when you get faster, because then you can actually react to things further away. I'm still debating if I'm going to allow you to go backwards or if we're going to keep you moving at a fixed speed. But I don't know. I'm also debating, like, if you have a faster engine, maybe generating the levels a little bit differently, so that if you're in a fast engine, we make it so obstacles are less prevalent, so that you can actually go fast instead of colliding every couple of seconds. But I don't know. That we're still seeing. Holy moly. Yeah, it's pretty, it goes pretty fast. 15 plus years. I'm only 15 and you have as much experience as that's pretty gnarly. Don't put it that way. But hey, there's people who have like 30 years or 40 years of experience, and you know, that's like twice or 3 times your age. The wizards are like 80 years. I mean, what? Ken Thompson's still around. He's been programming since like the 80s and 70s, man, and 60s. Like, I don't know, 60s, 70s for sure. I'm assuming. He's been around for a fat minute. Actually, how old is Ken Thompson? He's still alive, right? He's still with us. He's still good. 83 years old. And what was his first job? How old was he when he started? He's 43. Okay, this is not exactly where he started programming, but it'll be a decent place to start. When did he start working at Bell Labs? Oh, wrong one. Actually, I'll just go on his Wikipedia. We'll go through information directly. Career in 1966. So let's do some math, guys. 20 to 26 minus 1966. Wait, was it 66? He's been programming since the 60s. At least. That's pretty gnarly. Yeah, 60 years. 60 years, man. That's insane. Wizard, man. All right. I don't know, I might just make this like a private enumerator and make it like a coroutine. Of course, it's gonna be mad because I'm not using what? Are you happy now? Yeah, now you're happy. So this is a coroutine, and then what we're gonna do is I don't know what we're gonna do, because I think the simplest thing we can do is have we're calling this an update. We can do a simple rule of like, hey, if player dot position dot x is greater than, I don't know, 1,500 meters, next level. And that should for sure move the player to the next place. I'm gonna have focus on just the functionality of this first and then go from there. Let's just see if this works. Alright, let's see. We're gonna play the game for a little bit. And see where we get to. You know, actually, let's go crazy. Oh. Okay, going crazy. I should have a thing where, like, if people want to, they can replay special things on the other side of the board, so you're incentivized to go exploring. Like, have some runs where you're trying to go fast, but then have other ones where you're actually trying to do a little bit of exploration. And okay, we're good. Oh my goodness, I didn't see that. Oh, so we reached the thing. Everything's black now, though, so that's not good for main camera. What's happening here? Why did things just go terrible all of a sudden? Also, there's an insertion failing as well here. Oh, is it because it's a property? What do you think about async for a vertical space game? Maybe. Async, like, in general, like, it's, I mean, I don't really have an opinion. I mean, it's good to have. It's useful. It's, you know, it's cool. Unless you're talking about a specific, like, library or something. But if you're just talking about the idea of async, and then it's just, I mean, it is what it is. Like, it feels like, for me, maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like someone asking you, like, what's your opinion about variables? And then it's just like, I mean, they exist. They're important. They're good to have. Yeah, things are going wrong here, though. What was null? And where's wrong? Where did things go wrong? Oh, is it happening there? Okay, what's going on? Why are things breaking in this manner? So the camera is like all... The camera is just bad. I don't know why that is. The player is here. Why is the position 0? What? Why are you... Wait, what? What is going on here? Why are they in such wildly different places? Okay, one thing to consider though is that we're not, we should actually maybe just do this in local space. So instead of position, it should be maybe local position. Also, what transform is this? Let me just be very sure about what this even is. This is a transform. So let's actually do this. Player dot instance. Oh, that's not great. I named this. The variable's also named player. Okay, what does this refer to though? Let's just start in the level. Okay. So we're gonna do... What are we gonna do? We're gonna do... Yeah, this is the wrong transform. I can tell you that much. So we're gonna change the name of this to be like... Nope. I'm just gonna break it and it's gonna be fine. We're gonna be happy with it. Life moves on. Oh. So I don't think this actually matters. They should be... I mean, you can make it this like local position. They should be the same. Yeah, the tube. Okay. So I guess we just try it again. I guess if you want to be really make testing super duper easy. Actually, no, before we even do that, let me... Yeah, because we broke this reference. So now you have to be this one. Actually, is it... I think it's this one. I have two things named character. I should have named it. Oh my goodness. Okay, whatever. I'm assuming this is fine. And our condition here, we're gonna make it not as big. We're gonna make it like, I don't know, 100 meters. So we can easily test this. There's a lot of files open. Yeah, you learn to navigate it. I mean, I don't really go by the tabs anymore. I just type in the file I want to go to. Okay, things went bad. Things went very bad. Okay. Why did things go very, very bad? Okay, so something bad happened here. This current angle thing. I should have a thing for resetting the player. That's probably also good. This is a Unity event function. I don't like that. Okay. What else does the player have that has to be reset? We have his pause, time coefficient. That's fine. Any like volatile information that's not needed. We resetted this. That's fine. Speed. Total velocity. Total velocity is derived from these two things. Okay, cool. That's fine. Yeah, I think that's pretty much everything there should be. Yeah, I think all that stuff should be fine. Jeez, I'm having some pain here. I have some like tendonitis lately. Let's see here. We added 5 more tabs, yeah. Yeah, it's a Unity game. Serialized field, character, set character, this, character equal character. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm using Rider. Before the clock even hits 5. My unprofessional posture has messed up my shoulder. Yep. Thanks for reminding me about that too. I need to work on that. How are you doing? As someone who has coded in C++ before, how hard would it be to make a Souls-like game within 30 months using FAP store assets? Can someone take an educated guess, please? Brother, what? With around 30 to 40 hours a week on it, it's using command and programming and coding programming. It is using CMD and program encoding and programming from graphic images. Phantom. Brother, what are you... That sounds like... What are we saying? Outsourcing some things to freelancers. B3D. I'm not making a database. Making a game. Be prepared to be humbled by animations. Yeah, there's a lot there, man. That's a lot. I mean, first of all, like the definition for your project, you would need, if you're trying to get a time estimate for work, then you need to have much more things accounted for, right? Like all the different types of assets, define scope for the game, meaning you're defining how many levels are there going to be, how many enemies of whatever types, how many bosses, how many items, how many everything, right? And then what assets are required, how many audio tracks are needed, how many animations are needed, how many 3D models, and then the different types of rigs and animations are going to be required for them, right? Actually, models, they're going to have one rig, right? But how many animations are going to be required for them? That's a whole set of questions you're going to have in an Excel sheet. And that's going to be a consideration in of itself, right? And then programming is a whole different ball game that I cannot. Even if we have more information, it's very hard to estimate in general, right? Tasks, you don't know how long they're going to take. I thought this game was going to take 3 weeks to make, and now look at this. We're a month and 3 days into it. I mean, it's almost done. But this is a game that was like, seemingly very simple and with a very simple scope, and yet even that can balloon up, right? Because there's always factors you don't know about, or factors that you don't realize are going to take a certain amount of time, or problems that you just wouldn't consider to be complex, and then all of a sudden they are complex, right? So there's a lot there. There's a lot to consider before we get into the weeds of the technical stuff and technical GDD, and then figure out what outsource. But I get what you mean. I can't really write paragraphs. Yeah, and outsourcing is not an easy thing either, right? It's not necessarily going to produce, because what most people think is that you're gonna. I mean, it's still like it's you're gonna need help for this, right? Unless you want to go over time, right? But like, if you're gonna be spending time programming and you're gonna try outsourcing stuff, prepare to spend time not programming, but instead reviewing, coordinating, and designing stuff. That's a thing that it's very easy to not account for, is the administration / management task of coordinating people. Even like an extra programmer or 2 programmers produces a new overhead for development time. Especially depending on how commingled they're going to be. I think no matter what, if you're going to approach it, you're going to have to architect. You're going to have to architect everything ahead of time. You're going to have to design the full architecture for things, and then think about it very deeply to see where it could go wrong. Probably talk over with other people. I'd recommend. And once you have that architecture planned out, then you can start designing the specifications for everything, and then figuring out how you're going to schedule out work for people, because you want to manage your dependencies and limit amount of time people are waiting, or the most insidious thing is mitigate the potential of production waste, whether from people implementing the wrong specification or from people implementing the same thing without realizing it, because apparently 2 systems actually touch the same type of resources or whatever, or same type of I don't know, thing. But there has to be ownership over the architecture of it. Thanks for answering my questions. Of course, man. Hopefully this helps you out, man. Yeah, even a seemingly simple feature can balloon up in size over the simplest of realities. It's crazy. That's why estimating software tasks is so difficult. Especially novel software tasks that you haven't done before. It's very difficult to estimate that. Yeah, we're trying to figure out what's going wrong here. But let's actually look at the state of player. Now that we're accessing... Well, actually, we're still accessing the wrong thing, so I shouldn't be expecting something different to happen. We did the whole name change so I can actually do player instance and not have to deal with name collisions. Okay, and then let's see if this, and then we have to do player dot I really should just like save the pointer up here, but whatever. Good evening, sir. Good evening, Soda Snake. It's always good to see you, man. Use Unreal Engine. There's no better than Unity Prof user. It's just different. Those engines occupy different niches and accomplish different things, and they suffer from different things. But I think for a Souls-like type game, I mean, for what you're trying to do, it might be the path of least resistance to go that route. No, it really depends. Hey, and that worked now. Perfect. So you reach here. Oh, you know what? Can I show the map? I want to see the debug menu, but yeah, this should be a different level now. I mean, it's not obvious because we only have one level here. We have to design some new ones, and then we can actually see if there's difference. And you can see the frame chug from calling that function. I should probably have that happen on a separate thread or something. Well, cool. It seemingly works. Seemingly works. Okay, cool. Blessed night, man. Love the info you gave. Of course, T-Bone. I appreciate it, man. God bless you too, man. No shots. I am considering making a couple of simp me games on Roblox. First for practice, going bigger, then more complex each time. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a bad idea, man. Break down, explain the writing concept code for me to learn. Okay, I will say this. There can be utility from AI, but to leverage it, you have to actually have really sound technical knowledge. And you only get, it's not even technical knowledge, but like wisdom, let's say, where you like you've gone down these different routes and implemented things in the same thing in different ways, or implemented different things, and you have more intuition as to how to architect problems and systems. And if you have that, then you could probably utilize it to a greater effect. But I don't know. I just like. This is the only time I'm going to talk about it, but I'm going to bring it up just because this is something a little bit different, or a little bit of a change of take from me. But I think AI is very, ethically bad. I don't like it on ethical grounds. But if we ignore the ethics, I think that's an important factor, and you only get those kind of intuitions or the intuition from iterating through projects and programming. Let's not open that door. This is a safe space. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there though. Well, that's the start and end of that conversation. Yeah, I'm using Unity CJV. Let me look at this. What else do we have here? So we did this. We have this. It seems to work for the most part. So that's good. Level gen is, I'm suspecting, where most of the weighting is happening. I mean, we can profile this to see exactly how bad the time is, but it just seems very bad. So I'm gonna make this an async task or async thing. I think we're gonna use uni task for this. I don't think we have it here, but I like working with Unitask. And I can't believe I haven't used this in a project before, so that's gonna be fun to try this out. Are they archived? They're still in yeah, they're still providing efficient allocation-free async await integration for Unity. Beautiful. Yeah, I like this for doing asynchronous stuff. Cool. So we're just gonna get the package and then chuck it into our project. Install via UPM package. Nope. Or am I gonna have to do that? Oh, I'm gonna have to do it actually. I thought you can download a package and directly. Oh, you could do it actually. I like having local packages instead of relying on Git. Okay, Unitask Unity package. Beautiful. And then we're gonna just move you around. Gonna go here, Unitask, and then do I have everything for open source? I probably should. I think here for Unity. Yeah, I'm just gonna make a cool. I can go to downloads. We're good to go. And we're gonna just chuck this into our project and then go from there. So I believe it's assets, right? Or is it not? Import package. Yep. Oh, I have 2 open source. Oh, I'm stupid. I should have looked better. Okay, so we have Unitask, you have the editor stuff, you have runtime. Perfect, that's all I need. There's no example stuff or whatever. And then may I please, okay, import, there we go. Download task isn't already built in. Unitask? No, it's not built in by default. Half-hour hush down. But the big and colored font is appealing. I'm glad you like dig the fonts. I mean, I didn't make them or anything, but I also find them appealing, so we can agree on that. So we have Unitask in here now, and I'm gonna make this level generation thing be a Unitask. It's weird because I wanted to allocate this model buffer once, and then we just work on a reference to it. But for Unitask, you have to it's structured around the whole. Oh, can I just modify a ref in Unitask? Is that fine? I think it should be fine. honestly. This is expecting to return something. I'm not really good at using this, but it is what it is. Okay. Like, I learned to use it for a second and then I promptly forget because I don't use it enough. I don't do enough async stuff with this. So let's go look at the documentation. Yeah, usually it's the idea of like, oh, unitask void. There we go. Yeah, you're just gonna take some time to do stuff. Well, that's not enough. We have to do something else, don't we? Oh. That's the missing link. And yeah, of course, refs are not going to work here. So we need a mod. We have to like allocate a new thing for model. And if we're allocating a new thing and mutating it, we may as well do return, make this not a void return, but rather return model directly. And now we have to allocate it here, and then we have to. That's fine though. And then yeah, game board. Height or width. That's the size of this. What's wrong here? Implicitly typed. Oh yeah, forget. C# is stupid and it can't handle implicitly typed arrays. You have to actually specify the array type. Whatever. A couple hundred go-to statements should fix that. just throw a couple go-tos, man. Easy. It's simple, brother. We just throw some go-tos to that bad boy. Add a while true in there. That's not bad. Do a bunch of string concatenations. It's gonna be good, man. Is the top video fake? Nope. It's real. It's a real thing. Hi. Hi there. I'm Mr. CRT. I can talk and stuff. And I also got a green mode. I have a problem. I want to get a 4th CRT at some point. Only C#? No, I do C++, C. I used to do Rust for a year or two. That was cool. I don't know. Shader stuff too. Game over, man. Why are you angry? You can't do spans. You can't do wait. You can't do spans in an async function. I'm sorry. I thought this was America. Cannot be described. Declared in async methods. That's stupid. That's so stupid. Okay, whatever. I guess when you're in async land, it's actually a fascist country. Okay, but if we're gonna be real with here, I think C# still does stack allocation for ints, for local array ints, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I think it's still actually fast. It's not heap allocated. I can't be sure about it, but I'm pretty sure some benchmarks were showing that that's the case, so whatever. It's fine. I'm not mad. I am mad, actually, but what can you do? Do I have any early returns in here? Hopefully I don't. I think we iterate through the entire thing. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, cool. So this works, and then in here we do, instead of doing this, we do, hey, model equals this. And then we're going to do await. Of course. And this is not an async. Don't you love how everything gets polluted by that? So now we're going to wait for this to be generated. We're not going to block main thread whenever this is called. That's the idea. Which means when we call this, you have to do, I forgot, unit task, schedule, oh, you have to add you, schedule, or I forgot how you run it, run, and then you have to set the scheduler type, I think, or the update. There's a thing for this. Where you can documentation it is. Yeah, run async, I think, is what I'm looking for. No? No run on thread pool. Is there, it's either... Oh, I'm gonna lose it. Maybe I did observable? Oh, you know what I think I did? I think it's actually not a unit task thing. I think it's an observable thing. Observable. Run async. Or async. I know there's something here. Where you can have it be, you could choose a Unity update lifetime to listen for scheduling it. I'm trying to remember. how I did it. Was doing this like 4 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. That's for web request stuff. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. The player loop timing is run on a custom player loop. Unitask player loop based methods are just delayed. Async operation. 2 unitasks accept this. Yeah. That's the information about the player loop. That's fine. And it's not gonna be happy because it's... Oh, well... What? I think it's observable. I think that's... Or to the docs. To the documents. I'm not sure if it's Unitask or if I'm remembering something from UniRX. That's a thing. I think it might be the UniRX thing and a reactive extension thing. Yeah, because I saw like an overload for this. Okay, let me see something. Let me go back to the dock. We're just going back and forth between the dock. Let me go to the top though. They have a simple thing. Yeah, it's all the stuff within the actual function. Oh, you're turning to main thread? Okay. That's the definition of a function. Oh, wait a second. Oh, because this function is not a unitask. What's supposed to be a unitask void? Well, actually, yeah, because it has to be, we're enforcing that it's sequential. Yeah, so it has to be, that's actually fine. And then we can do Screw it. We're just gonna read documentation, man. That's all we're doing today. Actually, no, that's not what we're doing. Basics Uni task. Yeah, it's for dependencies. Okay. Do I have to specify UniRx? Because I wonder if that's also part of it, that I'm not getting things specific for that. Nope. Yeah, nope, that's not it. Documentation day, yeah. I'm hoping we don't have to be stuck there, but... yeah. I'm trying. I feel like, remember Gandalf when he was like, he was at the mines of Moria, and he just couldn't remember any of this stuff. Like, he once knew it, but then he just forgot it. But it's kind of familiar, but also not familiar. That's where I'm at. Like, I know I've done this pretty recently as well, and yet. Here we are. And the thing is, like, I can't remember if it's just purely a UniRx thing I've done before, or if it's a Uni task thing, or if I've used some kind of extension from UniRx to handle this. Because I remember it was a function where you run the task, but you specify what Unity update cycle function you wanna use, and that's what I'm looking for. Maybe it's complete async? No. That's like burst job stuff. They have like the whole scheduler and then burst async and all that business. Let me search something up right now. I'm searching something real quick. One second, guys. As I look up something real quick that I don't have on my computer, or at least this computer. One second. Everything shall be right as rain. Can I not find it? I don't think I can. Or maybe there is hope. Just kidding. Or maybe, possibly, potentially, Dude, trying to navigate stuff on mobile is terrible. Okay, you know what? Maybe it is. One second. Is there no way to just check a diff in mobile? Like, jeez. Okay, it's not happening. I'm not gonna hunt and find the correct files, so we're just on our own, I guess. 1 second. Gosh, reading on mobile is terrible as well. What is going on? Oh. Hope. Is there hope here? I smell some hope. Is this maybe it? Oh. The thing I'm doing is relative to burst jobs. That's a different thing. That's a different beast. That's why, yeah, I was looking for the... That's why I keep typing, like, schedule. Because this is... What I'm thinking about is related to burst jobs. It's not related to this, just regular C# functions. That's a whole different can of worms. Alright. It's okay. We'll live. We shall live. What's Nano? It's a different type of text editor. It's a alternate to Vi or Vim. Let's see here. Yeah, editor, yeah. I mean, I like working in just classic Vim. Just vanilla default Vim. No LSP, no nothing. It's just... It feels great sometimes to do that. Okay. I'm afraid we must read docs. Okay. Schedulers. Cancellation detected. All methods throw. Operation canceled. Propagates upstream. I just want to know the right way to actually schedule the unitask. Load. Oh, that's cool. You can do resources load async and then with cancellation to unitask. Oh, that's actually cool. You can convert simple things into simple async operations into this, to unitask. I've seen that for other things, but I didn't realize you can just do it on anything that's async. Nice. Okay, simple stuff for delaying frames. Yeah, yep. That's fine. Nothing about scheduling though. That's what I need to know. I'm just waiting for the... Okay, yeah. Oh, you can just wait. Coroutines as well. That's nice. Okay. gonna be blocking though. Actually, no, it's not gonna be blocking. Let me test this out. Oh wait, things are wrong. Oh yeah, this is also changed as well. My C# async is really not great. And then can I force it to be synchronous? I should maybe make a version that's not async for these types of occasions. Or maybe I could just not be bad and just do the correct thing. Actually, I'm able to do that with the lifetime function. That feels weird and incorrect. That feels weird and incorrect. So the actual implementation, we're going to make it be this. And it's going to be a synchronous thing. But then this one with a different signature. Oh, because you don't distinguish between these. Okay. Yeah, we do that. You can't. Okay, there's like no. I'm doing this wrong. I know it. Async is a plague. It is a plague. You mentioned it once today, and now it's manifested itself as a plague. Where everything it touches is just bad. Okay, let's see how we got here. Oh, I still got some Cheez-Its. Let's go, dude. Okay. I'm pretty sure we're over. We exceeded 100 meters. I'm pretty sure we've exceeded the 100 meters. So something's gone wrong. Oh. Is this using... Oh. I can't use this on separate threads. That's not great. You have to do thread local random. It has to be like an instance thing. Yeah, because random's like this stateful. It's a stateful thing. Okay, interesting. So what are we? Because we're using. Is that a C# or I think it's a Unity implementation. And we rely upon it for a bunch of different things. Well, this is kind of devastating. Because, yes, they want us to do, like, so this is for random selection, but do we have a function for initializing? I think it's called random, is it random utilities? I think everything here is just static functions. I mean, the bright side, everything's located in one place, so it wouldn't be that. I wonder how crazy it would be to remove Unity random and use our own random. What's going on here, though? And then you have to provide the seed. It's not happy about this, though. Why is it? Do I have multiple writer instances open right now? Okay, for a second I thought I did. No, I have to specify system. Is it just a default constructor, or did they do something? Did they use initialize it with the seed? Oh. New random interlocked increment. Oh, with a ref to seed. Interesting. You know, actually, now that I think about it, I could have just kept the ref instead of allocating a new. We could have still kept the ref to entity buffer. We just have to lock it. Yeah, it just means that we have to check to see if it's. There's so much work for like a little bit of lag, a little stutter. And it's causing me to re-architect a lot of fundamental things. But yeah, what structure are they wrapping this in for concurrency purposes? Yeah, though it's not being entity model, and instead it'll be like this whole new thing. Or you can just do the keyword lock, right? But no, but syntactically, it won't even let you pass in a ref. Or actually, no, they show a way to do it right now, though. Yeah, interlocked. Huh. I'm curious, man. Does content creation accelerate your career as a dev? I mean, it helps you articulate, but I'm not sure if it accelerates. I think I'm just as productive as I was when I was just working on my own personal time, but I don't know. Use Quanxi method. I don't know what that is. I have to search it up. I'm thinking, man, is it worth actually doing this refactor? It's gonna change, like, this is gonna be much more robust. Well, let me, but at the same time, it's like, what is this interlock threading thing? Oh, for doing different. Okay. So you can do a read, and then that's what they did the whole ref, and then integer value. I see. So you have int, I don't know. You can do ref I here. I imagine it has to be like an actual static member, right? Parameter type, really? We're learning something new today, guys. I'm very weak with concurrency. Oh, this is increments. So it's modifying, which is why it's taking. That's weird. Why? Okay. Oh no. Why is my stuff freezing? Okay, we're back. So increment is what requires a ref because you're modifying something. Now, what does this require though? Is that like a what, int pointer to be able to do that? So I wouldn't need to do that. This is interesting. And what do you return? A long. And your barrier wide. So it seems meant for like simple values, like integers. Interesting. You learn something new every day, man. So here they had like a private static, some kind of seed value, right? And then maybe we'll have a public function for and supply our own seed or whatever to it. Our mechanism for generating random values. So for this, they did increment and then ref and then s static. Or in this example, no, they actually specify a new random. Oh, is it like, does it implement an implicit cast? Or if you have a thread local thing, it goes, because the type here is thread local and it wraps the value random, thread local random. Oh no, it creates a new oh, it passes in a lambda. Oh, that's even more funky. So no, it is thread local, but then it takes in a lambda expression to generate the thing. A lambda to generate to create a new random. Oh, that is interesting. And that's where they do the increment. And I'm at ref int location. And that wouldn't work. Interesting. I wonder the difference between read and increment. Besides, like, I'm assuming this is modifying sRead by some level. Unless it's the increment for a different process. I don't know, like it's some reference counting thing, but I doubt that. Okay. Well, that's cool and dandy, but then you're using environment.tick count. Is that a normal thing or is that? No, that is the actual thing. Huh. Okay, so they have that going on in the background. Cool to know. So every time you do value, you're just getting... But what does this produce though? Or random.next. So we go to like random.range, for example. So every place that uses random is broken. So we have to make our own random range. The thing is gonna break. This is gonna break so much because assumptions. I have to implement this exactly the same way Unity does it, so I don't break my underlying functions. That's the thing that bugs me. And I'm not sure what this is gonna produce. So this accesses the underlying random, and then this accesses the function next. So let's check MSDN. Let's see what this produces. K returns a non-negative random integer that is less than the specified maximum. Ooh. This actually might be the same then. It's me inclusive for the minimum but exclusive for max. So we can specify like this maximum. Well, that's not gonna quite work, but to start, I can do like 10, right? And it's gonna produce an int from 0 to 10. I'm assuming. Is it positive? Did it specify that? Or is it documentation? Yeah, non-negative random integer that's less than the specified maximum. Okay. Is there any overloads for this as well? From pet names. Yeah, there is a min max value. Okay. They're not floats though. That's the thing. That is the crux of the issue. These are integer values. So I can wrap this. But if I want to have floats, we're going to have to do something a bit more extreme, because I believe, yeah, these are all using float values. So, okay. How do we go about adding floats? Random value for floats. I guess the question is, how much precision do we need? Till the motor rests well. What's going on? This is scary. What's scary? Is relaxing. Thank you, rewrite codes. I'm in the process of rewriting codes. Brother, this is we have gone like because of this async freaking business, we have gone through such a rabbit hole of now implementing our own range. It can produce brother. Is any of this dependent on floats in actuality? Are we actually dependent on floats? Some. You know, we can solve this. Because I think what we're doing, the way we're implementing this is we have a sum value, we increment the weights onto it, and then we do the probabilities from 0 to sum to select objects. And I think that's actually fine. And I think the easiest way we can solve this is, hey, weighted probabilities are not going to support float values. They're all just going to be integers, baby. That's all we support is integers. That's it. I think that's, in my professional engineering opinion, that's what we're going to do. This needs int, that's all it needs. This is a random range from an integer. I think I do have unit tests for this. I'm not sure though, but actually I'm not sure how you unit test a random range thing. Like, do you do a bunch of samples and then check to see if they're within the probability you're expecting? Within a certain deviation? I don't know. Yeah, we're just doing this now. We're just... You know, who likes floats anyways? Floats are stupid. They're ambiguous. Sometimes you want to get a number and you just get, you know... Sometimes you're trying to get, I don't know, 185 and you get 184.99907 or something. Or 9999 something. That stinks. Integers, however, are beautiful, lovely, hard, sharp, distinct. You get what you get. This returns a float. Do you have an int overload? No. Inverse weak count? What? Why are we doing inverse weights out here? Percentage. Why am I doing the things that I'm doing here? Okay. I'm assuming we're gonna have to convert this to, okay. And then ultimately cast it to weight. I'm sorry, what is this function doing? Inverse way to choose. Adjust the item weights, increasing the probability of the low weight items and reducing the probabilities of high weight items with respect to. So when a percentage is 0, the item weights are at their normal base values. When the percentage is 1, the items weights are the reciprocal of their base value. What was I smoking? Why did I... This is probably from Crimson Crown, but... Was I high? I don't smoke, I don't do drugs, but... I must have been. Because this is stupid. This is... Okay, we're gonna do... I know I have an obsolete... There's an obsolete thing. I'm pretty sure... What's going on here? Why am I... This is stupid. Confirm later. Okay, well this is eye-opening. Thank goodness I don't need this functions for this game. Other games are probably gonna need it. We'll deal with that when we deal with that. Okay, cool. Done. So we have our choose functions, and they should work in asynchronous contexts now. So let's recompile the game and see what fresh new horror we get from this async stuff. High off your own code. Yeah, man, we're getting there. I'm not sure if I'm high off my own code. I think I'm trying to escape it. But we're just deep in it. A generator function for what? Oh, for those functions. No, they're for random selection. Like randomly selecting objects from this weighted list thing. Okay. You're still mad at me. Random range n can only be called from main. Are you? No. Random bindings. You can't do this to me. Oh, this is a. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. This is I'm using a Unity thing here. No, that's fine. I can just use random selection and then range, and that's actually better. That's actually better. Anywhere else where you do random. In fact, let's just do this. Be gone. Ah, we have another one. Ha. You thought. Oh. Oh no. This is factoring a negative number. Oh no. Okay. I'm not stressed at all by this. I laugh in the face of changing design requirements. I have no fear. Float cannot be assignable. Are you floats? We did this whole thing, and it needs floats. I think. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is fine. This is so fine. I'm so fine, dude. This is so good. Well, let's deal with the negative thing first, and then we're gonna see if we actually really need to keep that afloat. If not, if we do, then we're gonna do a thing to like have imprecision. Like what we can do is take your min and max and then multiply it by like some factor that's gonna be your level of precision that you want to keep, and then like you do the random range over that range, and then you remap it back to the original one, and it's fine. It's just a matter of choosing your level of precision. This one is going to be a similar idea, except if it's negative, we're going to have to shift things around and then remap it. This is fine. This is fine. In fact, you know what? Let's just make this ultra robust. Throw a new invalid I hate you. We'll be a little descriptive. This is never going to be thrown, by the way, because I'm always perfect, and I'm never going to give it the wrong values. I'm going to forget about this, and then one day I'm going to trigger it by accident, and I'm just going to see this message in the console that says, I hate you, and I'm just going to be caught off guard and frightened a little bit. Alright, so if min is negative, we're gonna have to add max plus min. Okay, we're gonna do this. Of course we're doing range. No. You're not doing float. You don't belong here. So we're going to generate a value between range, and then finally we're going to return value minus min, or plus min, because min's a negative we established. This is also, yeah, min's a negative. We've confirmed that. So this is the total value range between them, and then we add bin min, which subtracts it back. So we can, yeah. So this is going to cover this case, and we're going to be happy about that. The float thing, we'll deal with that later. We're just going to see how bad this screws up our generation. And yeah, you don't need that. You get out of here. Get out of here. You're a silly goose if you think you need to be a float. Don't be dumb. Don't be silly. We're just gonna change you to an int, and nothing bad is going to happen. Nothing bad is going to happen. It's so simple. Actually, we should probably do math. Who decided to have ints be rounded the way they are? Like, rounded to the nearest even integer? What? Like, I know there's some fancy thing where they say on average it's actually more accurate or whatever. Most times, there's been 0 times in my life where I say the default int casting rounding is great and does exactly what I need it to. No, I always have to do round to int, and this is just who I am. This is my life. I am the man who types math f round to int. And I have to be happy with it. I'm happy with it. This is what peak performance feels like. I can't understand it. My small pea brain cannot comprehend this convention we've all adopted. Oh, brother, what? You remember I said this is never gonna happen and I'm never gonna see this in my life? The first time we run the function, I get this. So, yeah, it looks so stylish. This is not, you're seeing the level generation failed. You're not seeing the level. There's way more to it than this. But we triggered an I hate you. So, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do this, guys. This is called a life hack. All right. Feel free to do this in production. Yeah, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do. Yeah. What a retro vibe. I can't stand to go to my workspace and start coding too. No, I saw it. I just read it right now. Shedrakov. But thank you. What's going on, K9? Okay, recompile, we're gonna run it. You're gonna be blown away by the actual working version. Yep, here we go. And let's see if the level gen path stuff actually worked or if it's just... Okay, we're like lagging like crazy. So I don't know what's going on here. Did bad things happen? Did bad things happen? I should re-enable the well, I'm seeing a Unity exception here. Can only be called from the main thread. Where else are we calling this function? Random bindings. 81. Oh, this is okay. Okay. Now this is concerning the... Okay. I've made a mistake. I've made mistakes. I've made a few. So this is gonna be bound to all the level gen stuff, not just the procedural, but this is also gonna be okay. This is fine. This is fine. I'm not. This is fine. I'm totally cool. I'm zen. I'm relaxed. And let me enable the debug view to see if my level generation has been destroyed and decimated from its once beautiful. To keep in mind, this is all for like a 10 millisecond delay. Like a 16, no, it's not like 30 milliseconds, 20 milliseconds. A single 20 milliseconds. No, it's not. It's like 100. So, because 0.16 of a second is like 60 frames per second. We dropped like 2 or 3, so it's okay. It's more than that. It's like a third of a second, no, not a third of a second. I don't know. I should get the profiler and actually estimate it. It was not that bad though. I mean, it's a stutter, but it bothers me enough. Okay, where is the model state? We have the HUD enabled. That's fine. Let's just run it and then see if our level generation is correct, and then we're gonna see if things are fine. If my algorithm is actually working correctly. Well, our algorithm isn't working correctly. As you see, the level is terrible. Terrible. So we do need floats. So we're gonna have to actually implement that precision thing. We're gonna do some overloads for it. We're gonna have to do some overloads for this. And it's gonna be kind of almost the same as this. Almost. Except there's gonna be a bit more to it than that. There's gonna be more to it than that. We're gonna have to do have a thing called precision, which is like how many value increments within a single integer do we want to have. So if I do like 10, right? Then we're gonna do a random range of times precision. There's probably a better way of doing this, but that's just what comes to mind. So that's just what's sticking. It's gonna cut off the top value though. That's the thing that's terrible. Gosh, man. Well, we're gonna multiply this by our precision value here, right? Because rounding, we're gonna lose it. This should at least have a closer ceiling to what's actually allowed. And then when we do this, it's gonna be whatever in value within that. And then we have to do this times or divided by that term precision. So if we're trying to do for example 0 to 10, you would have 10 multiplied by precision, which is 10, which would be 100 now. And then it's gonna be whatever value between 100, and then we're gonna divide it by precision, but divided by 10, and you're gonna get back to the correct value range. And so that should allow for what we're looking to have. In fact, we don't have to do this because this would still work if the value was 0 here, so we don't even have to do this conditional. We can just compute this explicitly and just let it rock, and it'll be fine. I think the only place it might get weird is, yeah, that's fine. We might want to have more than this though, but it's fine. So let's go to level gen, and then wherever we did the yeah, this, just kidding, we're not doing that. We're actually going to use floats again. We support floats now. Yay. We did it. We support floats now. We could try a precision level of maybe, I don't know, 100 with an integer. That's a lot of places. Good enough for what I'm doing. I don't know. Hey bro, what's going on? Joel. He's a chatbot, he's not responding. No, I just get focus, because it's coding takes mental energy and focus and context, and when you let go of context, you just kind of don't, it's hard to get back into it. But yeah, we're back out now. So hi Joel. Multiply by 10 before rounding. Yep, that's what we're doing. C#. Yes, sir. That's the language we're using. Return float. What's going on? Okay, Clanker. What do you mean? Because I said context. Language LLM. That's funny. I chose the wrong word. I chose the wrong one. I've been found out. Thank God. What's a float but a fancy int anyways? They think they're so fancy with their scientific notation. Get out of here. Get out of here. So stylish. Yeah, we make this. Yeah, I made this. This is over 33 days now. Press Alt F4 to automatically fix the compile issue. If I was on Windows, that'd be a problem, but we're on Linux land. You know, I was a computer engineer, then I dropped out and became a firefighter. I mean, I'm not sure if that's a good or bad thing. I mean, do you enjoy firefighting? Or do you lament all the programming you could have done? Yes, he does, Scourge. And he loves you guys too. He loves everyone here. But yeah, I don't know, because there's some people who are like even when I did woodworking stuff, or a little bit of carpentry, it was nice because this is cool and everything, but it also feels almost not real because it's all digital. But like when you do woodworking, you can see the product of your work and labor in your hands. You can give it to someone. It's easy to show someone what you've done. Coding, it's hard to do that, and it's hard to like express the labor that went into it. It's not very obvious. And in fact, the goal is to make it not obvious and hide it as much as possible. Hell yeah. That's good to hear, man. Okay, let's look at the path gen. Okay, now we're fixed. Guys, our own random functions actually work. Our random int thing actually works pretty good. Okay, I need to see what the slowdown is happening though. What's going on here? Get transform can only be called from main thread. Oh, you freaking frick. Okay, so this is cool and everything, but it turns out that we need to fundamentally change how we do this. I can't just call task and then next level. Where are you called? Yeah, you're called here. Yeah, I can't just do that. So I have to actually do something very different. Nope, cancel. So what I need to do is actually just call this. This is an obsolete function, isn't it? I never did figure out how to run a unitask. Someone has to... I'm getting university results. Sharp, Unity. Okay, I keep forgetting where my sharp is. Okay, let's just look at this. Let's see how nothing's more helpful than seeing someone else's code who's struggling with getting uni tasks running. No profiling stuff. Yeah. If I'm gonna do this, I think the better. Also, accidentally opened up the implementation. The better. Like, I think if we're gonna make a separate thread, we can just do this before this function, and then make it an observable. So like so we can do task run, and then we have to have a thing for this actually. So you have to wait and then assign the result from that. So we run the generation of a level. And then I think there should be an observable thing to listen or wait for that. Subscribe, and then once this thread is completed executing, then we can do the remainder of next level and even take in the well, there's actually nothing there because it's assigned. Oh, you know what I could have done? You know what I could have done actually is I could have done level generators and then path gen async, pass in the parameters we were going to pass in anyways. So actually, you know what, this is feeling like I can like we're gonna have to massage code into a different structure, but this actually seems like the most correct way to go about handling this. Entity probabilities. And what's wrong here? Cannot resolve unitask method. Candidates are func tasks. Oh. Gotcha. I see now. The way we did it the first time would have worked fine, actually. I just thought we could be clever by passing this as a parameter through here, but I mean, there should be a way to do this actually. But I don't know. So I'm just instead gonna leave it as the first thing we had. Or we have that, and then we do run, generate task, generate level to observable, and then we call next level, and then this doesn't need to be, because this is not a computationally intensive task anymore, because now level has been generated for us, and we just need to pass in level. which did we not? Okay, there we go. Did I just delete the thing and not? I didn't paste it again. I think we've lost it already because I've deleted other things. Yeah. So no. Current assets, that's what it's called. That's a dumb name. I need to change it. So you randomly choose a level, and then we pass this to the generator, and then we finally do next level. This is no longer needed because we're not going to do any async business in here. It's just going to be what it is. And this should just work. Pretty sure. Okay. Is that a... Are we running to the same thing? Cannot return void. Oh yeah, because you need to be a... Oh, is that the issue? Maybe I could have done the propagation thing. That's fine. This is fine. Oh, still saying we can't resolve method. Is that? It's hard to tell between the orange and the red. Should I just make this a task at this point? Because I'm not using anything specific from Unity for this. Wait, what? Cannot resolve. Wait, if I'm using task. Wait a second, wait a second. That's sufficient. I don't like everything is single threaded. Yeah, I mean I'm not usually opposed to it, but actually no, there's plenty of times where you need to do it, but it's not the fact that it's just I don't know. It's finding the right way of dealing with async. I feel like I always fail when it comes to working with it. Okay, let's see how bad we go. Yo, what's going on under renovations? Okay, things have gone wrong. And why have they gone wrong? No, we're just like lagging now. Okay. That's weird. It's lagging hard. And on top of that, we're not being reset at all, which seems to indicate to me that things have gone wrong with our little, like this is failing, and it's probably failing in a way we can't expect in a separate thread. So this seems like it's wrong. It's weird though that if we get rid of this parameter though, this all of a sudden is fine. I'm just seeing the definition of these methods, but I'm not seeing the yeah, just get to the code. Oh, you just call it and then do you forget? Interesting. So wait. Yeah, there's forget. And there's still to observable. Oh, so that's why this is that's the whole thing for it. Now, question though. Yeah, I'm using Linux right now, man. At some point, I'm gonna have to switch to Arch. Because, you know, I don't trust, I'm getting more about the data privacies. Hey, it worked! Okay, we're still having the big pause, though. That's the problem I don't like. That's the thing we're trying to avoid. So I don't like that. But it is what it is. What distro are you on? I'm on Ubuntu right now. And I use Mint on my laptop. But with the whole like data stuff that's going on, the policies and all that stuff, I don't know. Like, it's not even about policies. It's like this is the whole started with like wanting to have more control and more autonomy and control and everything. And Ubuntu's very nice, but it's also ran by Canonical, right? And there's a bunch of stuff that they can do or have done that's just kind of goes against the idea of more control and privacy. So it's like, all right, I guess we have to go at some point. I have to take a week and switch over to Arch. Get an Arch, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to make that happen at some point. I need to have my setup like in a very easy to clone manner, and then we're good to go. So this is still gonna be synchronous. Let's see how this guy does. async. Still using forget. Oh, you can create variables in the weighted. Okay, that's fine. So you can't await it again. So I'm probably not going to do it through variables. Okay, so you can make a task that's going to wait upon that. Okay. Is there a thing for threading? Okay. Okay, so this is something. Async. Okay, I'm just gonna I just want to see how you can await work from a separate thread. That's what I'm trying to do. But I'm not seeing the clear thing here. The clear task, the clear way out. Or even NixOS, but it's more for software dev, I think. I do a lot of software deving. But I think I'm just going to go Arch, man. That's what calls me. It's what seems fun and cool. It seems rad. I've been coding for like 15 years, something like that. So we have this. If I do this though, that doesn't work. Unless I make it a lambda expression. Now we pass in A. This works. I can still do this observable stuff. And then what's the issue here? We're just trying stuff out. If we're already here learning about this stuff, async currency and everything, then we're gonna go deep. We're gonna try to learn something from it. Something's clearly going wrong. Okay, there we go. Yeah, and it's doing this. It's lagging over and over again because it's trying to It's executing this every single frame because we're not resetting the player's position, which is odd because it means this is not firing. Like, this is never completing for some reason. That's my guess, at least. Well, I didn't do that. I still made a lambda for it. Let's see if that changes anything. Okay. Come on. Cool stream. Thank you, oh my. I'm glad you dig it. Okay. Okay, things have gone wrong. Things have gone awry. You know what? Let me check something actually. Do we ever do... Yeah, return to main thread. How did you do that? There's a return. You have to go back to the docs. I'm probably doing this in a very dumb way, but there we go. So what's going on here? There's a lot to... Yeah, I'm kind of perplexed here. I can make this a uni, so what I could do... So I'm pretty sure this actually supports this. And we can do... But it's gonna be blocking. That's how we create this lambda. I was wondering, so maybe we structure it this way instead. And instead of doing this, we can just do... Or is the issue that this is never completing? I mean, that makes the most sense, because I don't think this has really changed that much. Like, this should also be valid. It's just that this never happens. Like, this never gets executed. So I wonder... I doubt that's actually... Because I'm assuming that's something I would just do. No. That's simple. Let's see if this works now. I'm on Arch 2. It's been a year since I switched from Debian and I haven't had a problem with it. Let's go, dude. Alright, Plastic. I'm gonna give it a try at some point sometime soon. The real question is if I'm gonna go Arch flavored or Arch straight up. Because I liked Catchy OS for the time I did use it. That worked. I mean, it's still blocking though, that's the problem. So that's not great. Do you have to do... Because you have a background thread thing too, right? Okay, how does this work by comparison? Is the background ambient noise all synthetic? Yeah, it is synthetic. The fireplace and all that stuff, yeah. I would like it to not be, but it is what it is. I like the sound of it. All this work and we're still having a terrible spike. Terrible. Yeah, it's still terrible. Let me get rid of this. Okay, let's run it. It's good with NVIDIA, and also you can just install the kernel on Arch as well. That's nice. I like the sound of it too. I'm enjoying vibing with you right now. Sorry for before. I mean, I'm glad you dig it. As for before, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I didn't, yeah, I'm not sure what you're apologizing for, but hey, we're good in my book. Still having this terrible stutter. I hate it, dude. Let me leave this as is. This is not an async thing. This is just a sync thing. We're just gonna run this expensive function. And just send it. Hey, Jay Lemmy. Good to see you again, man. Some people have even done that with Artix Linux. I don't even know what that is. CatchyOS kernel. Do you know how hard that would be to maintain and stuff? But yeah, that's pretty gnarly. Though I don't fully understand what you're... I haven't heard of Artix Linux, if I'm gonna be real with you. Oh, dude, the lag. The spike from the reset is killing me, man. Also, it's like we get reset all the way to the back, but then we got brought up there. That's weird. That's weird. We're back here, but then we get set forward a bit. I don't know what's the deal with that. Or maybe it's just the shell gen stuff happening after the fact. The frame after. Maybe the observable thing is the problem. Like, maybe I should just pull it. Or actually... we're calling the level generator here. No, we're not. We're just doing... generating model, yeah. Level chunks, yeah. Never mind. I thought for a second yeah, we're no, this is generating the texture, not the, yeah, never mind. We're still... I'm still sane. But yeah, this is not right. It's funny that you remember me. I've only been here a few times. Well, your icon sticks out to me. It's, I don't know why. There's some icons that just stick out. I don't know why. I think that pumpkin guy image just reminds me of a certain time in my life back in like late high school or college. I don't know. It's nice though. That's why I keep coming back. Well, I'm glad, man. I'm glad the channel is very relaxed. That's the goal here. Having an in-person coding exam in C and assembly, and I'm cooked. Send prayer. I'll give you some unironic prayer. Good luck in your exam, though, man. Your aesthetic is perfection. Thank you, man. I'm glad you dig it, Dante. Client-siders. After a year of using Linux, I've settled with image-based Linux distributions. No point for me to suffer with dependency issues. I need work to do, not solve issues. I can feel that. I was going on Anakin. So, questions here. We're not getting the asynchronous behaviors that I wanted. What if I just do this? Just different permutations of the same thing. Fantastic. No, it's done. It's univoid. I should be able to do this though. Function IEnumerator. Oh, it's backed by an IEnumerator? Void, what? How does this like modify the language so in depth? It's kind of strange. I don't think this should change things much, but oh, we call next level twice, don't we? It's your past your bedtime, Strophin. Yep. Definitely. I should probably work on that. Okay, the next level's... You still have that terrible lag, though. Okay, we're gonna ask noob questions now. Just a noob question, as if we're a newbie here, because I am, honestly. Simply not possible, just running code on a zipper. Yeah, I don't care. I just want to do the thing, dude. Threading. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we're not going to use Unity API stuff. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's actually learn. Oh, am I stupid? I've been doing task run, but Yeah, I think I'm supposed to be using... I'm being dumb right now. Can I resolve a unitask? Oh, we should probably just read documentation before I run into this. And then... what is your arguments you're looking for? Okay, we'll just read documentation because I'm just jumping into it. I thought there's like a static task run thing, but I'm being dumb right now. Let's just actually read. Let's just read. Be good boys and girls and just read. We're gonna read. It's gonna be good. Thread start. It's not a static function. Maybe the method that you want to execute on the new thread to the constructor. I'm not dumb. I was doing that. Okay, do I have to do... You have system threading in here. Okay. Okay, so it's an imperative. Maybe this was fine. It's just I have to change the signature of this. I have to lock model too. That's my assumption though. If we do this though, we're gonna have to cannot resolve constructor. What are you talking about? Does that have to be static? Guess it makes sense. It's a separate thread. Oh, you know what? This does require an input parameter, doesn't it? It does. Yes, it does. So what do we do here? What's going on here? You bought Kagi subscription? Yeah. I like it. I like it a lot, client siders. I think it's good, and I just whatchamacallit. Like, I enjoy Kagi. I like both in general principle, the quality of it, the fact that it filters out a lot of AI slop stuff, and then yeah, like, I think it's a good service, and I'd rather pay for something that brings utility. But that's a general thing I'm going through, where I'm just trying to pay for services that I actually enjoy and support. I guess supporting is part of paying, right? But services that bring utility and I think are pretty good. Like, good not in terms of quality, but in terms of also ethics and stuff like that. What's going on here? Seen you before a couple months ago. Don't remember what you're making right now. It's just a game right now. I'm trying to solve a bug right now with async or multi-threading. What's going on here? Won't allow you. What do you mean productivity won't allow you? Take a couple days to implement in a couple hours. What are you guys talking about? With 2 half keyboards, I just wanted to convert to it. Is there a fast tab say anything you recommend a change? I think it's good. It's been helpful for my carpal tunnel and helping it go away, so I recommend it. I'm not gonna, so here's the thing, guys. I don't think we have mods here right now, but we don't do AI. We don't talk about it here. I think that's it's enough about it. I think everyone's sick and tired of hearing about it, so in this space we're not gonna. So Sly NCK, yeah, that's a warning. Okay, so you're not even like, it's a heads up, right? Because I don't think I have it anywhere public on the channel as far as like the titles or whatever. So yeah. What's the level function definition look like? And no, I don't, Rahul. Can I code Hello World? Nah, too difficult. Like, no, show them. No, don't do that. Don't do that, dude. Not like this. I wonder, so is it because it's imperative? Can I do like level? And then pass in the arguments that are needed. What's too difficult? C#. Motivation I can't really help with, besides, you know, find a vision that propels you and makes you want to make it real, and then just start going at it. C#, I mean, you just gotta work on projects. That's how you're gonna learn. You're gonna get stuck. You're gonna have to look up stuff in Google. That's fine. That's how you get better at sourcing information and building a network of sources and getting better at handling errors and problems. Oh, this returns. I see. Okay. So I might convert this back to be a, I might convert this back to being a thing that mutates a reference. Or actually call it model. So that's actually happy for me because I don't want to have to allocate a whole thing every single time. But I think we might, to do this, we're gonna have to wrap model within a we're gonna have to wrap model within some kind of structure, like atomically safe or thread safe structure, or like lock it, I guess, until this. I don't know. We can't. Can we do a lambda expression? Okay, a lambda expression will work. And then we could do gen dot start. I'm having a feeling like this is not gonna work good, either because the ref or the assignment. I don't know, something here doesn't seem like it's gonna be good. I feel like this is not gonna work well because we're gonna have to, like, I feel we need to actually, unless we just lock model. And that just means that we have to make sure that every other code that every other function does not yeah, I guess I'm tired because I'm making some dumb mistakes. But yeah, we're not returning model. We are simply mutating this already allocated buffer. Which means that over here we can actually simplify things a bit more because we're not assigning model to anything. We're mutating the thing directly in there. I'm hoping locking is gonna be fine. Do I have options? I do have options here. I think I wanted to do like an isGen thing and then early return so we don't call the rest of the stuff here, but I wonder if async stuff is statically enforced on compile time. Because if that's the case, then like this Boolean early return may not cover that. So this should work at least one time. What's happening here? Oh, right, because we're not... Yeah, we're mutating it now. Okay, let's see how this looks. What's going on? Name a function wrong. Anyways, for threading, the method needs to have a certain form to it as threads can pass arguments. Okay. Yeah, I'm still on this Glock. What can I say, man? Predictions go wrong. Things take longer than expected. That's just kind of how life is, right? I'm glad I didn't I'm glad I don't like ask people for money to make a game or to fund this or anything like that. I don't think I could ever do that. It's just extra pressure of like estimating any software task feels super not determinable, right? We still have that stutter. I don't know why that is. I mean, it seems way less than the other one, but maybe that's just a weird placebo thing. There is this that we're doing that's creating the texture for debug stuff. So I wonder if I get rid of this. Return like an empty texture or something. Or better yet, return null. Oh, we can do an empty texture 2D. I think I have to do 4 for certain things. I can't remember. You play any games? On the channel sometimes, but I'm trying to play games in my own personal time. It was the texture generation. Okay, this is way better, way faster. Much faster, actually. Nice. And then now it's a matter of geez, I wonder if that was the I wonder if I do this synchronously, how bad? Because I just made an assumption. I didn't profile this. I should have profiled it. I talked about doing it, and then I just assumed, which was dumb. We all know what that does to us. But I'm curious now, like, what if I don't do this synchronously or asynchronously on a separate thread? What if I just do where is this function called? Here. What if I just do this? Like, because this could be a case of incorrect optimization, premature incorrect optimization. I mean, we learn stuff from it, so that's always good. That's never a bad thing. But doesn't hurt to actually confirm whether your intuitions are correct or incorrect. I mean, I should still profile this honestly, but this frame stutter is super noticeable and bad. So I imagine, you know what? Maybe because the texture thing also has to be sent to the GPU, and that could be a synchronization thing, which can explain the huge pause. Because the memory here is very contiguous, and I don't know. Let's see. We're gonna find out. Thank you, Anakin. I'm glad you dig it, man. Oh no. No, so it does take a significant amount of time. Yeah, that does take a significant amount of time. So okay, we weren't bad for doing this. This is just necessary. We needed to do this anyways, because the path gen thing was gonna take a second, so okay, our optimization was right. Nice. Okay, what's going on here? Doesn't need to be a static method. Okay, thank you, Matt. Statically enforced. Oh yeah, that's what. Yeah. What do you mean by that? So, well, what he was talking about, I mean, it's partly still tied to what you're saying, right? What I was saying was that I was wondering if functions. So functions that have classes that have imperative functions that are executed on a separate thread. I was wondering if there is some specific, because you know I get some, if for shared things you have to like lock it, right, or deal with other things for it. And I was wondering if C# does a thing where on compilation, or you know, if it's statically checks to see if you're creating some scenarios where you have I don't know what's a term. It's not contest. I guess contesting for the same resources, right? Between threads, between main thread and the separate thread. I know there's other languages that do that kind of thing. I don't think C# does it. They usually have like separate structures that you can wrap to indicate that, but like, or they do a runtime error thing. But I was curious to see if on compile time they would have some checks for that kind of stuff. I'm using Godot as a front end to make my game in Rust. Edie had decent. I'm not using Rust for this. That's why I like coroutines, because you can yield true async and then defer to coroutine for finalization in a sense. Yeah, I like observables for that kind of thing. Coroutines are a bit. Apparently there's like a significant memory cost to coroutines, and that can just lead to much more GC pressure, but I don't know, it's not a big deal. I use coroutines just for the convenience of it. My concern is that the load is negligible. You won't be able to tell without profiling. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that the load was actually not negligible from testing. Yeah, nah. I think it's just common knowledge to use atomic or concurrent atomic data structures. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it is what it is. Really reading much code for some reason. I thought I'd read Rust when clicking on the stream. No, it's not Rust. It's some C#. There's other days where I'm doing C stuff, but I've kind of just burnt my bridge with Rust. I did it for a while. It's not quite for me, but it's still cool though. is gen. Yeah, because we don't want to do culling. I mean, it doesn't matter. We can do culling. We have to do clearing, though, at some point. So all this can really... Because this is synchronous code, essentially. I was just being a little dumb. But this can actually just be done in this function like we originally intended. I keep not selecting this function for whatever reason. There we go. Don't need this signature anymore because we're going to do everything in here. And then we do this whole generation thing. The isGen thing we'll figure out later. I'm gonna do the background generations. This has to wait till after this is done, though. Or actually, no, it doesn't. This can happen prematurely, honestly. It doesn't matter. So that doesn't have to wait. This model to texture does have to wait. This can happen whenever as well. That doesn't, it's kind of arbitrary. I want to figure out the dependencies explicitly. And then I also want to clear I'm pretty sure we have like a function somewhere for this kind of thing. How's it going, Joel? It's going, man. Escape the matrix, you can't escape it. Was that what you're running into, like reading a mutex or something? No, I was just preemptively concerned about that. For new metal vocals, just wanted to say new metal vocals. I've never seen or heard new metal. If you have a band or song to recommend, let me know. That's new though. I've never heard that before. No type of semaphore whatsoever. I interviewed with id Software last year. Crazy smart guys told me their entire engine is 100% lockless multi-threaded. What? No type of semaphore that's insane, dude. That is crazy. We are escaping the matrix. Yeah, I remember you from earlier, Joel. Well, I remember, maybe you're Joel D. Souza. I think the Joel I'm thinking of was a different guy. No, it was still you, dude. About the bot accusation. Big poggers. I haven't heard poggers in forever, dude. So we're gonna have this. How do we check to see if a thread is done, though? That's the question mark. Like, I think the simplest thing I can do is do an observable every update, subscribe. And on every update, we could check to see if, we'll do like a little closure type thing. If generate level So, I need to see if it's completed. There's the thing that says, is it alive? But I don't know if that is what I believe it is. There's thread state, aborted. Is there completed? Running, stop, suspended. What's unstarted? Like there's. Okay, am I? So there's aborted, abort requested, background running, stop requested, suspended requested. But then there's unstarted. I'm not sure what unstarted means. I need to Google this now. Like, what is that? I'm assuming stopped is what I'm looking for. Because that means I'm assuming that means it completed, but I don't know, man. Unstart is before the frame advances. An event and like smart pointer at ref counts and fires when all done. Oh, that's cool actually. Yeah, with Unity Burst, I liked how they handle the scheduling thing. The scheduling dependencies, but I'm not sure how to do that with threads. Sir, just read the last one comment. What's going on here? One is Joel D'Souza, the other is this. Yeah, but they both show up as Joel D'Souza. Check out Knocked Loose. Been jamming to them for a bit. I'll check. Let me copy this right now. And I'll give it a listen. I listened to I'm not sure how metal this is. I listened to Dance Gavin Dance. They have some good stuff. I like their music. Let's see here. But yeah. Actually, now that you mention it, is there like a thing for... Do they have callbacks, actually? What is this? Okay, let's go check documentation. How to stop a thread. I don't need to stop a thread. Pause or interrupt the thread. I'm not pausing, I'm interrupting the thread. Allow returns true if the thread has been started and hasn't yet terminated normally or aborted. Okay. Gets the thread state value containing the current state of the thread. So we have that. That's what we accessed here. No, that's not it. There's thread state. And this is, okay, the enums we discussed. Unitask has callbacks. Huh. I don't know how to get this wrapped into Unitask though, that's the thing. And they have like background threads, but I really don't know enough I need to find some better, or either just read the documentation and comb through it, or look at the source, or something. Either way, I'm slacking on my knowledge here, because this feels jank. But it's what I know. I mean, we need to change. We need to learn, we need to grow, but I'll just try this out. Should interleave seamlessly with anything awaitable or yieldable. Because right now I'm doing thread. I don't know. Buenos dias, friendos. What's going on, Syndicate? It's good to see you. Unitask has callbacks, like the builder pattern style. Yeah. I'm gonna try this out and see if this works. We also need to clear the object we're calling. Like ever anymore. Tasks at the least. Yeah, I need to. I don't know why I wasn't using. I don't know how to make the tasks run on a separate thread. Like, for some reason it was, or you know what? Maybe it was, and it's just the texture thing was masking it. I don't know. So maybe I was doing it correctly at some point, and it's just that the task, or the texture generation thing was just eating up much more time. Oh, I have a thing called cleanup. What do you do? Pullable object. We return everything to the pool. That's what we do. Okay, cool. So when we go to the next level, we call cleanup. There's like excessive commenting. I don't know why I'm commenting so much. What's going on, Uniscope? This Eve? I don't think there's mods right now, actually. Terrell and Zero here earlier, but we've been here for a while. You got a fire and forget from the main thread. Maybe you were awaiting from a Unity event. I did, I was doing like observable subscribe. Ooh, this is weird. Okay, but that's working like instantly. Great. Yeah, I know the Unitask has the forget thing. Yeah, we went through a whole little saga today with this. But let's try it. Let's just try it here. So this is the, oh no, this is the manual thing with threads. Let me find the here it is. So let's do this instead. Actually, do I want to right now? We can learn though. I have to make this return a unitask, right? And then make it async. But if I make it... If I do that, comment this out. We can call this instead. Okay, and don't need the lambda operator anymore. And then there's forget, but that's void. I want to do I think this is how we did it before. We convert it to an observable, and then we do subscribe, and then from the subscription we do everything we want to have happen after the after this. So we can do this bit of logic. Okay. Path gen to observable to subscribe. Okay, cool. So this is what I did. So I'm not sure if this is gonna be alright. I don't know why your return statement is missing. What? Return unitask complete? No, that's what was that? That's not what I... Okay. Hey, never second guess your NBs tomorrow, Cozy. Well, thank you. What's going on? NBs? Never second guess your NBs tomorrow's Cozy. Well, thank you. What's NBs? Okay, let's see here. Nope, we have that pause. We're having that frame where it pauses. So this is happening synchronously, not asynchronously. Or this is happening on main thread, not on a separate thread. And what if you convert this to a task? Any difference there? I doubt it, actually. Okay, I'm just gonna leave this as it is. What's going on here? Yep, this didn't quite pan out. I'm just gonna uncomment this stuff and then leave this multi-thread code or a separate thread code font the way it is, because it appears to work fine. And then we'll figure out a better API or a way to do this with Unitask, because Unitask is nice. And reactive extensions are nice. So now we go out of range, and a new level is generated without breaking, locking up main thread. Nice. I mean, this doesn't seem quite nice. The fact that we can. Are you guys seeing this? Are you guys seeing this? Do you see what I see here? What is this? What is that? How did that even happen? Okay, we generated a new level. It's still here though. And this is still happening. I wonder if we're generating. I wonder what's happening. I wonder if there's like an issue with our sequence of generation. Oh, because we never called gen again, do we? No, but do we actually use that? No, I don't think we do use this, so that's a non-issue. No, we do use that. Just kidding. That probably was the problem then. Oh. Then we have to leave this in so that we can. Okay. Yeah, there's a better way of doing this. I could already tell, but you created life? Yeah. A boss apparently. Yeah, we just made a boss. We don't use MB for notation anymore. MB nota bean. Note well. I never heard that, honestly. I'm not even sure what note well means. Unless you, like, not well, but no, you said note well. Nota bene. Not a unitask, by the way. Async unitask. Okay. So far, so good. Okay. That's an oddity, but not terrible. So okay, the level generations seem fine actually. I mean, aside from the huge walls that can appear on occasion. But that's fine. Okay, cool. This is nice, man. We got it. I mean, it's not perfect. We need to do the level transition effects and everything, but made level gen on background thread and added push berg, not origin, refactor time, baby. What's going on here? If no, then why? And if yes, then why? I'm not really interested in talking about AI, Joel. I think we've talked about it enough on the channel. What's up? What's going on, Truth Freedom? Return to async Unity tasks. Interesting. Yeah, it's a real monitor. It's not a filter. She's real. I kind of want to make the transition look cool, but and work on the cool aspects of it, but I think that's enough for today. I think that's enough for today. Let me go to here. Let me find something real quick. Oh man, we got quite a bit done though. We fixed the players' collision stuff. So that works good, and now we have the background. The level generation happened in the background, and we wrote our random utilities so they can work on a separate thread and not use Unity engine stuff. I think we've done quite a bit, man. I'm actually quite happy. What are your Vim plugins? I'm just using Idea Vim. Opinion on blasting your eyes with electrons? No opinion there. Yeah. I know I was going to talk about someone's opinion. So there's someone had a question on, let me see if I can find it actually. But someone left a question on the last stream video, and I said I would talk about it or answer their question. I should have done it earlier, but it is what it is. So let me go to live and let me find the comment. Actually, you know what am I doing? Here it is. So physics 9.2, and I actually answered this too. I wrote a whole thing out to answer their question, but then the draft got deleted by YouTube, so that's not great. But anyways, at physics972 asks, "Hey Cozy, I'm a beginner coder and I really like your videos. Can you tell me how do I start writing code that is actually written in production level? Until now, all I have written is basic snippets and built some projects in C. I am good at the basics of C, but not finding a way to improve my C skills. I'm interested in low-level dev." Okay, so here is here's my response. What came to my mind, right? And it seems that there's a bit of an ambiguity here, because there's kind of two things that was mentioned. So they mentioned like production level code, but there's like two things, right? Let's go to Mark or Scratch, whatever. So like, production code is one thing, but then there's also like engineering, I don't know, complexity, and that's kind of a different thing. So what do I mean by that? So like, you can have, when I think of production code, right, I think that we are engineering stuff in like a way like, when I think about production code, I think like there's OOP principles of like managing like managing communication boundaries, or like solid principles, or test driven / having unit test coverage and all that kind of stuff. But you can have this stuff and not have much complexity in what you're tackling. Like you can take what was that, FizzBuzz, that common interview problem that's like a single function long, that's like a handful of lines of code. You could take it and like make it production level and extrapolate all this extra like stuff to make it extendable and make it sure that it's tested and all this kind of stuff, and it applies Uncle Bob's principles and whatnot. So that's like one level, that's one thing, right? But then there's also like what I think of, which is engineering / complexity, right? Where it's code that is trying to solve difficult and non-trivial problems, and I think of these things as two separate things, because you can have, like I said, FizzBuzz in this ultra production level thing, but you can also have a code that solves very complex things, but have it be organized in a terrible, unmaintainable way, and in a way that is in a way that's very rough. So if you want to if your idea of production level code is what I'm talking about here, like the stuff you see in corporate America, then you read some Uncle Bob books, clean code and clean architecture, and read elements of reusable object or principles of reusable object oriented code. You can also look at things like test driven development and see how that is, and even if you don't like this stuff, it's still kind of the lingua franca of coding professionally. If your goal is to improve in engineering and engineering complexity, and like not trying to create complexity, but rather how to tame and tackle it, right? Then you should take on projects that demand you to tackle complexity. Things that force you to actually start using your architectural brain and design systems. So take on projects like even something like an application that requires undo redo. You'd think that's something simple, but there's actually quite a lot to it, especially if there's a bunch of different things that can mutate it. You're gonna have to start figuring out how to figure out a solution to architect that, or something with like saving and loading, or what have you. Or I mean, there's a variety of different projects you can do, things with complex state. Tackling things like that are going to force you to develop your engineering brain and your way of handling and managing the complexity that comes just from the problem inherently, not from human stuff. So yeah, that's my thought, Physics 972. So if you see this is my response to you. I might still retype up the thing and send it here, but yeah, hopefully that helps. So yeah, that's one comment, and I think I might do a thing where if anyone leaves questions in the YouTube videos or live streams, I'll answer them at the end of the next streams. So let me catch up in chat before we get ready to call it a night. What's going on here? I didn't understand. Did you not understand? I'm down to clarify. Sorry, I wasn't here sooner. Cozy, it's early. St. Patty's Day here. No, you're good, Syndicate. Syndicate, your presence is not a obligation. It is a present. Systems thinking, yep. Is only possible if you know the logic behind what you're building. Opinion on data science? Not really much of an opinion. I haven't done much data science stuff. The most I've done is like back in the day, in my internship days, use Python to query like a REST API and get some data from it, and then plot it, do some processing, and then plot it with matplotlib. I imagine there's a lot more complex things going on there. Buzz Lightyear. Hey, script. What's going on, Scripture Signal? What's going on, Mr. Linio? Thank you. I've been enjoying you while I do my homework. Thank you, Lex. I'm glad you enjoyed listening to this while you do your homework, and good luck in your studies. Is a CRT modded? Nah, it's just a standard stock mod or stock CRT. I'm too scared to touch it. I really enjoy hearing your rebuttals. Rebuttals to what? What are views and advancements of machine learning, LLMs? I mean, here's my general thing. I don't like talking about it because here's my perspective, right, guys? Like, in my day job, that's a thing that always comes up all the time. AI, right? I go on social media, that's a thing that pops up a bunch. And then when I go to do streaming, which is like my I enjoy doing this. It's kind of like a hobby. It's where I get to just kind of unwind and do something that's kind of cool. Unwind, but I get to tackle projects I find fun and I enjoy programming. And then it's something that's always brought up over and over again. So I really don't like talking about it. I think there's plenty of more influential people who are more down to speak on it and have done more with it and can speak more intelligently about it. For me, I'm just a dude who likes programming, and that's all I want to do. I'm new to the channel and I'm kind of enjoying it. Thank you, Kaito. Yeah, you're catching it at the end of the stream right now, so usually we're working on coding, but we're just wrapping up soon. How does lighting work here? So I have I'm not sure if you can see it, but I have a little lamp that's throwing light here. Otherwise, it would be too dark, and you'd be looking at a dark, dingy room with a screen emanating from it. So I like having this light here to give contrast. And then I just realized you guys can't see the bulb. We've had the light bulb here this entire time and no one's able to see it. So that's my bad. I'm not sure how and why that didn't happen, but there it is. The light bulb exists there. The question's posed to you. Oh, okay, gotcha. No, I don't, Glock, because I think if you rely on it, you're losing some fundamental skills for gaining and searching information up. At least that's my take. There's cases for it, but yeah, that's true. So, Soman, I actually see a little bit of your work, and as someone who's still in college, I'm amazed at your work. Thank you. I appreciate that. And hope all goes well in your college, studying arc of life. Weird question. Does it get warm with those bulbs? Not really, because they're facing away from me. When I stream with my face, I would have lights pointing at me, and that would be really warm, but this is actually perfectly fine. Your opinion, your position is valid and important. No one thinks their opinions are a definitive take, but the fact that you have no skin in the game makes your opinion valuable. Thank you, Syndicate. I appreciate that. There's yeah. Our focus is web dev, and we're starting our capstone project now. Any tips for web dev? Not really that I know of, aside from like, I don't know. I mean, there's some basic stuff like, hey, hopefully you guys are using Git. Hopefully you guys are using some kind of PR process. Hopefully you guys are architecting. You have someone who's taking ownership. I think it's important for someone to have ownership over either modules or the entire architecture, depending on what you're doing. Of course, like if you're gonna have a dedicated front end and back end team, you're gonna need to document APIs. So coordinate that. I know there's things like Swagger docs that are meant to do that, but yeah, usually you want to have someone on that, or if you can have one person doing both, and that works out even better, because then there's just that inherent knowledge of it. Aside from that, I don't know, like TypeScript is good for front end stuff, or you can use Kotlin, just something that has some kind of idea of type safety enforced. But I don't know, I think there's pros and cons to it. Maybe it might be better just to do JavaScript, because when TypeScript fails, you have to actually go through JavaScript anyways. And that's JavaScript generated by Transpiler. So maybe it's better just to maybe ignore what I'm saying. I don't know. Maybe use JS docs. I mean, everyone's just JavaScript is like the worst decision that's ever been made for the web. And everything that's happened ever since the decision to make JavaScript the language of the web has been some way of coping and trying to deal with it, and no one succeeded. There's no overcoming the pains of JavaScript, except like maybe if you do WASM. You'd be a cool person if you did WASM, but I'm not sure how many people are doing WASM. I'm sorry for the advice. I'm like giving you terrible advice. That's my thoughts, man. I mean, there's some ramblings. Yeah, do that. That's the best I can offer, man. Sweet. Well, I guess if there's I don't see any more questions coming in right now. So I think, like I said, any questions or comments left on the videos, I'm gonna start either answering them, or I'll start answering them, or just reading them at the end of the streams. So yeah. Well, guys, as always, let me pull something up real quick. I can't find it. Oh, I did find it. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're at the end of the stream. Thank you guys for watching. As always, if you want to watch more or just keep track of what's going on, we have a Discord. You guys are welcome to join, and I have socials on cozycabingames.com. So, thank you guys for watching. God bless, and until next time, stay cozy. Ta-ta.